So, it's time to pick up the next step in our little Souls journey here. After all, I had said I wasn't sure whether I was going to continue from where we left off last week or not. I've decided after thinking about it a bit here and there that yeah, we'll just go ahead and jump right to Dark Souls 2. Because I'm eager to see if my memory of this game holds. Now, couple things to talk about right off the top here. One, you may notice no mention of Scholar of the First Sin on this screen or anything. That's because we're playing the original version of Dark Souls 2. Before the changes for Scholar of the First Sin were made, there's no DLC, no anything. So if anybody's looking to see me enter DLC areas or any of that, you're doomed to disappointment. Because I don't own it, and I ain't got money to be buying it. So that's just not happening. Now, when I played this back in its time, much like Dark Souls 1, I got a decent way in, probably roughly halfway. And I had also played a chunk of the multiplayer, at least as far as co-op goes. So I have experience with both of those things. Both angles of playing through the game. I would show you the old file, but I don't have it anymore. The only file on this system right now is from when I was testing things out and reminding myself how different this felt compared to Dark Souls 1. Especially the version of Dark Souls 1 that I was just playing. There's a couple technical notes right off the top. This runs and plays significantly smoother than Prepare to Die Edition ever did. Which is not a shock, because they learned porting way better by this point. And there was also arguably more effort put into this port. I say arguably because I don't actually know whether they put much more effort in or not. But it's going to be a much cleaner experience on the technical side for the most part, provided nothing interesting or unique happens, which could easily end up being the case. There could end up being innumerable random issues that happen. Now, the path I'm likely choosing is going to be a difficult path for me. Or at the very least at the beginning, it's going to be more difficult. But I think it'll be an interesting idea. I think it'll be interesting in the long run how this ends up playing out if this plays out the way I'm originally intending to. Now, I'm not going to tell y'all what I'm planning. You all have to figure out what my goal is and what setup I'm thinking about going for based on what I'm picking. Now, I am going to end up receiving a bunch of weapons and shields right off the top. I don't recall pre-ordering this game, but according to the wiki, they were pre-order bonuses. It may be a case of I just ended up receiving those from buying the game day one. Because I seem to recall I picked up the game immediately and had a mix of joy and regret from that decision. Because as you might imagine, very similar to my experience with Dark Souls 1, joy from the start of it and in thriving and exploring the world, and then the difficulty hits, and then regret ensues. Specifically, we're going to run into a couple problems very early that I'll talk about in more detail when we get to them, that are part of why someone might end up regretting picking this game up, and why a lot of people were negative about this game, more than likely, because of how quickly it happens. But we'll address that as the time comes. Business as usual. Don't be pissy about how I'm playing this, or you will be removed. You are more than welcome to tell me where missable items are, or where things that would be useful to me would be, as long as you're not pushing much about it. Like, tell me once and then move on with your life. That's the simple factor there. And even if you're trying to be humorous, the whole get good mentality will result in at minimum a timeout. I just have no patience for it, because it comes from a toxic mindset in all I've seen of it, so I'm just not dealing with it. Got no patience for it. I am going to be treating this essentially as a blind playthrough, even though I have seen and played through myself a solid chunk of it, much like I did with Dark Souls 1. So, spoiling what's ahead? Not okay. Telling me about something behind me that I've missed? That's fine. Telling me about a potential interaction that you would in no way find your first time? Gray area. Be careful how much you do that. Be careful how hard you push on that. And I don't want to hear boss strategies ahead of time. I don't want to hear boss strategies really curing them unless I ask. Now you got your disclaimers out of the way. That's all you need to know about how this playthrough is going to go. That should tell you everything right off the top. I do have a map, but it's only a map of what area connects to what area. I did not pull up any maps of the areas themselves because I don't need that. I want to explore the areas for myself. I just want to know what my options are so I don't miss an area that might actually be useful to me. That's the whole reason that that map's there, and it's not going to be in my line of sight unless I need it. It is currently in a tab behind the Twitch dashboard. So nobody needs to worry that I have that information constantly in front of me. No. It's not how we're doing this. It's going to be primarily me just traipsing through the world, beating my head against whatever wall is necessary. If I feel like I can't get past something, the map's there to give me hope that there's a different path I can take to go around the problem and come back later. So that I don't spend the whole session fighting the same thing and wasting my time and everybody else's. Okay, with all that said, let's get this on the road here. The audio on the cutscenes may be a little bit loud, because I have no control over them, particularly outside of messing with it in Windows, which involves a lot of up and down. It wasn't so loud to blow anybody's ears out based on my testing, so we're just gonna roll with it. It's not like I'm gonna have to compete with the cutscene anyway, because I'm not gonna talk over them outside of necessary times. So yeah, let's get going.
Perhaps you've seen it, maybe in a dream, a murky, forgotten land. A place where souls may mend your ailing mind. You will lose everything. Once branded, the symbol of the curse, an augur of darkness. Your past, your future, your very light. None will have meaning, and you won't even care. By then, you'll be something other than human. A thing that feeds on souls, a hollow. Long ago, in a walled-off land far to the north, a great king built a great kingdom. I believe they called it Drangleic. Perhaps you're familiar? No, how could you be? But one day, you will stand before its decrepit gate without really knowing why. Like a moth drawn to a flame, your wings will burn in anguish, time after time. For that is your fate, the fate of the cursed.
Isn't that a great life choice, pitching yourself into a swirling abyss of souls and nightmares? I'm sure that'll work out great for us. And now we're here. So, you know, jumping in a hole like that feels about right for the life choice I made starting this game. Necessary or not. Looked forward to or not. We're still here anyway. Ironically enough, this might be the one I know the most about, or at least knew. Because this is the one I spent the most time with. I think Torn... it's a tight run between 2 and 3 as to the one I spent the most time with actively. Is my playtime on Steam for this is a little bit of a lie, is there was a lot of fighting with the multiplayer that happened with this one, similar to having to fight with the multiplayer for the first one to get it to work. A lot of the divisiveness for this is kind of stupid, honestly. A lot of it's people being very petty about things from what I remember seeing. And it's primarily an issue of the changing versions of this seem to be one of the bigger problems. Like, primarily people not caring for Scholar of the First Sin, the quote-unquote remade version of this game. Personally, I had no major problems with this any more so than it being a Souls game and it trying to twist my damn balls off, which, you know, that's expected for these games. But atmospherically and just plain feel, I enjoyed this one more. But again, we talked about this before with the first game, where this is the one that reminded me the most of FromSoft's roots, King's Field, Shadow Tower, and things like that. It still has a lot of the dark and brooding that the other games do, but it has just that right tint of weird to it that makes it fit together with those. At least that's always been my stance on it. And as I mentioned at the very beginning, from a technical standpoint, this feels leaps and bounds better than Dark Souls 1 does. Like, this is running natively at 60, not setting my CPU on fire, etc. See, I don't count Sekiro as the same thing. I feel like that's just its own separate beast entirely, because it's such a different game. Like, I count Dark Souls 1 through 3 as their own thing. Elden Ring is its own thing, because it also is different enough. And then Bloodborne is, of course, also its own entity. Demon's Souls technically gets looped into the same line as Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3, though it also has its own tinges that kind of make it dance back and forth. I could see that logic. I just feel like they added enough changes to it where it kind of steps off a bit. But I could agree with it being Dark Souls 4. It's in the same camp in my mind as Demon's Souls being caught between being technically Dark Souls 0, but also its own thing as well. It's a weird situation with that.
What seems to be the ruckus?
Oh my, your face. The face of the curse. It's an undead. An undead has come to play. They all end up here. All the ones like you. You spoke to that kind old dear, didn't you?
You're finished. You'll go hollow. Yes, you'll become one of them.
Hollows prey upon men, feast upon their souls. This is the fate of the cursed.
What is your name?
Okay. Bloodborne is definitely a Souls game, because not only is it FromSoft's own product as well, but it's again another case of it's kind of a sidestep. Like, it has the same main formula, but it does things in its own way enough that it's not directly part of, like, the Dark Souls line directly, is my thought on it. Because, after all, they made a point of not calling it Dark Souls numeric thing at all, or making it Dark Souls subtitle Bloodborne or anything. So they become their own entities. But it is a Souls game in design. I enjoyed... Oh, I'll get back to that in a minute.
You know your own name. Here's your reward for sharing. It's a human effigy.
Take a closer look.
Who do you think it's supposed to be? Think back, deep into your past. Yes, it's an effigy of you.
Okay. The beginning of this is cutscene heavy, so I'm going to be getting interrupted a fair amount until we get past the beginning here. It's arguably some of the most cutscenes a Dark Souls game has, period. Which may be another thing people didn't particularly care for with this game. Though it does a good job of setting scene and everything. But yeah, what I was going to say about Bloodborne is I enjoyed the pace of the combat, the layout of things, and some of the way that the difficulty scaled, at least the approach I took for it, didn't really do much for me. And then it just simply got left by the wayside because of the fact that I wasn't using my PS4 enough. So it wasn't enough for me to always just go boot that specific console up just to play that game. Now, as to my starting choice, I'm not going to use magic again, because why would I do the same thing twice? So sorcerer's off the table. Swordsman's a high competitor for my thought process here, because it starts with good weaponry, and it also starts with very good dexterity. Because I might end up following the dexterity path of physical weapons again. Knight, not really on the docket here. He's fucking boring. Just absolutely bog standard, or go take a nap as you're playing the game layout for me. Warrior is a weird choice, because he starts with a broken sword. His statistics are arguably better than the Knight's in a lot of ways, depending on what you're aiming for, because he starts out with the widest capacity to use weapons right out the gate, with 15 strength and 11 dexterity, whereas the Knight has 11 strength and 8 dexterity. Obviously, the Knight has advantages in vitality. Bandit exists. Nicola Brink, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? You're just in time for me to be explaining my main thought process here, so just bear with me on that one. But if you need to raid and run, please make sure to take care of yourself. It is always the most important thing to do. And thank you again for bringing your community over. But yeah, the bandit, if I really wanted dexterity, I would probably take the swordsman. It would be nice to start with a bow, but just everything else about the bandit just doesn't do anything for me. Especially that starting 1 intelligence. Just not here for it. Much appreciated. But yeah, the cleric is actually my second choice in mind right now, because I'm debating a faith setup this time, but I've not fully committed to that idea. The cleric also starts with a mace, which is a solid smacking weapon and some decent stats. Now, that leaves one other option. And this is why I said I might be making a poor choice and setting myself up for pain at the start, is I'm actually leaning towards the explorer. Both because of the starting item set, and the fact that you start with a item discovery increase in the form of the traveling merchant hat. Also, lowest level other than the deprived, so easy starting choice for getting quicker access to what stats you actually are going to want. And, you know, all around for the most part here. Nothing's particularly high other than adaptability and vitality. Or is that vigor? It's one of the two. Deprived is for if you want to just hate your life, and I'm not here to hate my life. I'm not familiar enough with these games to want to start with nothing. Like, sure, you can pick up a dagger quickly, but you're not going to see any armor anytime fast at the beginning. It's just not suited to early play. If this was a repeat playthrough, I would certainly consider the deprived. But for what is essentially a first-time playthrough, this would just be an exercise in self-hatred. Like, I'm already taking a risk choosing Explorer. But at least this has extra life gems for a healing write-off, since you only are going to have a very limited amount of Estus to begin with. And I'm kind of hoping that I can leverage that item discovery to find a few things a little sooner. Hey, to each their own. I just know that for me personally, I would end up putting this game down before we're out of the first couple areas because of just how much rougher that start would be. You have much more freedom of your statistics, but your equipment is just a nightmare, because you're not going to have any armor. Unless you know where the early armor sets are, you're not going to have any for a while. And there's just no benefits other than the statistic line. But again, everybody enjoys things their own way. If you want to enjoy the hard path, that's on you. That is your choice to make. I'm just talking from my perspective and my position. And yeah, I would figure that'd be a pretty safe choice there, Zero, is just having a very good, simple sword. Is you're guaranteed to get benefit from it, and it doesn't take a lot of fiddle to make it work. What I'm thinking about here is probably going to take a lot of fiddle to make work. Like, I am fully expecting to have caused myself pain here. Now, my gift is going to be an interesting one. This is not the life ring. I have no reason to take that. The human effigy's an idea, but we'll get plenty of those. Healing wares, useless. I'm already going to have extras of that from the Explorer. No more bone, junk. Throw it away. Don't need it. Seed of the Giants, I have no particular use for. So that leaves us the Bonfire Aesthetic and the Petrified Something. Now, I know what you can get from the Petrified Something, and it's not anything I need. So we're actually going to take a Bonfire Aesthetic right off the top. Let me quickly adjust my curtains. Because we're getting a lot of glare in now because the sun moved. Yeah, exactly. It has the potential to do a handful of very important things for us. And it's just the most useful out of the lineup there. We'll thin out a little bit. That physique is fine. It's mildly annoying that you actually have to click to do anything with this menu. I tried using the shoulder buttons and the triggers and it just didn't work. For some reason. The mouse makes it significantly easier to interact with that menu. We're not going to be seeing this face or this hair very often, but I figure I'll throw some basic things here just so there's something. Not that menu, the other one. I always enjoy giving people red eyes because it throws anybody that sees them off, and it amuses me when I throw people off that way. Do I want a tattoo? Nah. Because again, we're not gonna see it that much. And yeah, we have no real reason to mess with that. But at least, like, while we have the helmet we have, that beard and face goes along with the monocle and everything quite well. In what world would that even be possible, Zero? I would be happy enough if I die less than 50 times. If that tells you what my expectations are for this. Like, that is my personal goal.
All people come here for the same reason. To break the curse.
You're no different, I should think. Doesn't stand a chance.
Well, you never know. Go through the door and trot along to the kingdom.
But remember, hold on to your souls. They're all that keep you from going hollow. Oh, I'll fool you no longer. You lose your souls. All of them. Over and over again.
Rather rude of them to laugh at me like that, but they're also right. That's all the nonsense I was talking about popping in there. See, all of these things that I cannot use. We're just gonna ignore that. I might make use of some of that as we reach the statistics for it, but more than likely a lot of it's gonna be left by the wayside. Grab us another human effigy. Now, we're not going to be spending too awful much time in here, because I know that there's not that much of any use to me here. So we're not going to dig through this area and go grab every little thing or any of that, because it's not worth it to me. I went out the wrong door. There is one thing we're going to fetch. Well, yeah, the one thing I'm gonna go fetch and the one thing you're thinking of, Zero, are probably two different things. The one thing I'm gonna go fetch is very mundane, whereas I think I know what you're thinking about. And I think that might be Scholar only that you're thinking about. I presume you're considering a specific thing you get from undoing a statue around here. Which I obviously can't do. The thing I want is actually just the other dagger. Because this dagger's not going to last us that long durability-wise, so I'm going to need that other dagger to be able to fight for any real amount of time. And I might fuck around with power stance a bit with that too, if it works. But I don't remember which of these doors the dagger's in, so we're gonna go through them until I find the dagger again. Because from what I recall of the items available in here, there's not really anything that remarkable. Oh yeah, no, I'm not gonna bother with the stone ring. No. Fighting that ogre's gonna be a ball ache. I ain't dealing with that. I just completely disregarded that because of the fact that that's not doable by my standards currently. Unless you want me to be here for the next hour and a half in this area, we're not dealing with the ogre. I understand my limitations. Yeah, fun for somebody, not for me. We're gonna have a hard enough time, trust me. There's the dagger. It's all I wanted. The good news is this dagger is just solid. Like, it's not impressive, but we could just slap people to death with it pretty well early on. My fear is once we start having to fight bosses, not having the things I need to make fighting them comfortable. And I'm pretty confident that's going to end up being the case, where we don't have what we need yet to do it comfortably and confidently. Because remember, I am bad, and I fully acknowledge that I am bad. So, my needs and expectations are different than those who are competent. See, there's an item I can land on right there as well, and then we'll just get out of here. Go on to more important things. Because the soul here is also convenient. And I know there's a thing you can do if you light all these sconces as well. We're not going to worry about that right now. I may very well come back and do that later. But at the moment, I care not for that idea. There's another, like, tutorial room around here somewhere, too. Notice all the bloodstains all over the place in here, by the way. Because multiplayer for 2 does work. So there's a very real possibility I'm gonna get fucked over at some point. But there's also plenty of bloodstains and signs to look at for a good giggle here and there as well. Yeah, welcome to Majula, a place we're gonna be spending a lot of time. Not right now, because we can't do much of anything here right now. But as time goes on, we'll be spending a good amount of time here. We'll also be coming back and forth to here a lot. Is this where the gate I was talking about was? No, this is something else. Rude. I actually didn't poke over here when I was testing things, so I don't remember what's going on over here. Oh, that's not something I want to deal with right now. But at the same time, curiosity. Hi.
Have you business with me?
Technically.
The way you're under is all blocked up, you see, by this god-awful statue. Heavens above. Who thought it a good idea to put it there? Oof, I'm in quite the pickle now.
Eh, you know, somebody's a bad interior decorator, what can I
The
say?
statue gives me the willies. You stare at it for long enough, it starts to look alive. It just doesn't seem quite right. There are no craftsmen round these parts. Hey, you don't think a real-life person was turned to stone, do you?
Nah, that never happens. What a crazy idea that'd be. Our life gems and a homeward bone. Yeah, there's the statue who he was talking about. Does look rather lifelike, doesn't it? Especially considering it's gripping the handle there. Little weird. Little weird. I'm sure we will have no reason to worry about that at any point. You know, I'm not sure I wanted to open that. But, I did. Oh, you're right, I don't have Estus yet. I didn't grab that. So I'm a silly man. Oh yeah, I do not do much damage to you at all, huh? But yeah, well done on getting through most of Grime 2 already there, Zero. How was it compared to the first game? Just gonna keep bullying this guy until he dies. 'Cause at least I can just stagger this thing constantly. So I can just kind of bullshit this situation a little bit here. Something I would not be able to do with the ogre. There we go. That wasn't as bad as I feared it would be. That's what I get for poking my nose where it don't belong. Lloyd's talismans that I'm not really gonna have a use for. Oh, you're just here and oblivious, huh? This one's arguably more dangerous because it'll attack faster. Just gotta be careful not to break my knife on his face. Well, his face and the wall. There it goes. That's a good bit of extra beginning souls there. There's something else stomping around, too. Probably up there. Which we're not getting up to, I don't think, till we can open the door, so not worrying about that any further. We had our fun. Can't get up there. Yeah, as a reminder for anybody coming in late, I have seen this game played through all the way, and I've played through it a solid chunk, but I've never finished it. So in all practical terms, this is going to be blind. Because I will have forgotten the vast majority of things as well, since the majority of my experience with this game was when it was new, so like, you know, 10 years ago. I have refreshed my memory on a few things I knew that would be important. But beyond that, I really got no fucking idea what I'm getting into, and I don't want to be told. About the only thing y'all have free and clear or means to tell me is if there's something completely missable coming up. Then you can warn me. Beyond that, don't need to know. Okay. That makes sense considering they probably had to make Grime 1 a bit faster and tighter because of budget, and Grime 1 probably sold well enough that they could expand more with Grime 2. I forget who made Grime off the top of my head, but I don't recall them being any of the really big players particularly. So they probably had budget limitations. Is this one of the doors I can open? It is. Oh right, you warp around the room. Sometimes you're here, sometimes you're there.
Oh, undead are we? And one without much time remaining. Just about ready to fall apart, I'd say. Not exactly the time to be chatting with a cat. Well, suit yourself. Oh yes, you may call me Shalqua. Enchanté. So, what did you want anyway? Ooh, you smell wonderful.
Yeah, that also is kind of part and parcel these days, where things have a hefty amount of bugs. But as long as nothing that made the game, like, unplayable, then that's fine. This is something I'm going to be aiming to get my hands on pretty quick. Like, as soon as I can afford this, we're going to be grabbing this Ring of Evil Eye, so I have Life Drain. Because it's going to make my life easier.
Nothing suited you, I presume?
Nothing suited my budget, more really.
Well, that's dismaying.
It's also very disconcerting that you yawn at me while you're talking to me. Telepathic cats. What a time to be alive. And of course, there is one over here to talk to as well.
Hello there. Welcome to my shop. I'm Morlin, and I sell armor. Oh, sorry, Please do have a look at my wares. I could really use the business. If you'd be so kind.
You could also really do with some confidence there, bud. But yeah, this technically is a solution to your armor problems if you did choose to go deprived, but, you know, it's a pretty hefty price tag. So unless you know how to get a lot of souls quickly, it also still is an issue. Of course, I get a bunch of messages the second I'm live. Of course I do.
Well, I do hope I see you again.
We shall see about that if I survive. You also don't have any armor that I want, so... probably not going to be seeing too much of Marlon. We will snag ourselves this Titanite shard that I know is here. Do. Okay, that is a good estimate. That is a good estimate of how long that game would be relatively. Potentially faster or slower depending on how things go. There's our Estus shard that we're gonna very badly need. And don't worry, I'm not disregarding the most important thing here, just not rushing along to that. one of the second most important choices here.
Who are you? Oh, it doesn't matter. Just help me open this door. I packed my tools in here, seeing it was vacant. But now somebody's gone and locked the door.
See, that's on you for leaving your tools in an unknown house without having access to the key for said house. It is a little weird for a game like Grime 2 to not have New Game Plus, but at the same time, a 40-hour game doesn't necessarily need to have a New Game Plus, necessarily. At least not immediately. Now, the most important thing here.
Are you the next monarch? Or merely a pawn of fate?
Why not both?
Bearer of the curse. I will remain by your side till this frail hope shatters. Take this with you. May it ease your journey. Go on and see the king. He who made Drangleic what it once was. He who peered at the essence of the soul. King Vendrick.
There we go. You may level up by the power of the Emerald Herald.
Bearer of the curse, seek misery. For misery will lead you to greater, stronger souls. You will never meet the king with a soul so frail and pallid.
Rude. She's right,
Seek
but
those whose
rude.
names are unutterable. The four endowed with immense souls. Their souls will serve as beacons. Once you have found them, return here to me, so that hope will not fade away.
You know, lady, it's very unhelpful to tell me, hey, go seek these four guys whose names I can't say, so you can't have any idea what their names are. Just, you know, you'll figure it out. Go find them.
Is that a shard you found? Here, let me see it, so that I may help you. To see light, to see hope, however faint it might be.
And don't be surprised if we hear the phrase bearer of the curse a lot. It's a thing. But this means we get a second charge on our Estus Flask, because it only starts with one charge. And let me tell you, one charge ain't enough. Ain't enough by a long shot. Let's clean up this inventory down here as well. I'm not going to be actively using 90% of these things, so just clean them all off the bar. I will put them back when I am actually intending to make use of them. All I need is the juice of not dying and the gems of dying slower. That's all I'm going to need for the time being. It's also nice to have this Spell Quartz ring for a little bit of magic defense. Not that we're going to need that immediately, but a defense ring is never a bad thing to have, especially now that we can actually have more than 2 rings. Now, that torch we picked up is going to be handy from time to time. I'm not going to worry about it right this second. But I do know how torches work near enough. Before anybody's like, I wonder if this guy's stupid. The answer is yes, but also no. Okay, I'm going to guess that I can't power stance 2 daggers. So that's a shame. So we won't worry about having the second one there. We'll have it over here for when the first one's almost broken. I could still use them both at the same time, but I have no particular reason to do so at the moment. Since it would be more or less the same speed and drain stamina at the same rate to use both. Quickly pop up here, have a chat with, I think, the only other remaining person here, and then we'll move on.
You're undead, aren't you? You have that distinct scent, the smell of irreversible fate. This is Majula. It is a kind of settlement, A place where life is almost normal. And in Drang Lake these days, there are very few places like that.
There's always like one sad sack in the hub areas, I swear.
I am Solden. And like you, I lost everything. And now I'm here. You probably heard that it was possible to break the curse here. Well, that's not true at all. There's nothing here for you, me, or anybody. Do you know much about souls?
The hell of a question to ask somebody.
Even I'm not certain, but I'm told that the soul is the essence of life itself. Anything living, sentient or no, supposedly has one. What we call the curse is traceable to the soul. Do you see what that means? To be alive, to walk this earth. That's the real curse, right there. We undead will never die. And that's quite a predicament, really. There are 4 beings in this land with giant souls. And wherever you go from here, you'll sooner or later come up against them. Each has a powerful soul and a terrible curse. If that frightens you, then you ought to just give up right now, like I have.
Giving up ain't in the cards right now, buddy.
Do you ever cry out for help? The journey of an undead is long and treacherous. You'll face invaders from other worlds at every turn. If you need help, why not proclaim faith in the Blue Sentinels? When you face danger, the Blue Sentinels will come to your aid. Protection is yours, if you wish. You need only accept their kind embrace.
Nah, I have no real need of it.
Then you'll have to brave this treacherous journey on your own. If you ever require help, come back anytime. I will stay here and pray for your safety.
You're gonna have to pray real hard. It's gonna take a lot. And there's your total death count for this game so far. It is a number. It sure is a number. Yeah. Back here is unreadable. I was half expecting to see try jumping there, considering. Praise the Sun was the other expected option. Yeah, we've done all of our basic setup now. We know the lay of the land around us to a limited degree. We know what our goal is, which is getting the 4 big souls and going to see the king. There's also this big fucking hole here. We can't do anything with this hole right now. Dropping down there will just be death. We will be coming back to that idea later. Now is not the time for that. Down in here is not something we can really do too much with yet either, but soon. Soon we can do something with. Yeah, exactly, Natra. Just a big fuck-off hole. Yeah, like, over here. You know. Dark Souls is Dark Souls. If we quickly run down these stairs, though, we can go snag something. So let's go grab it. Crimson Parma. Nice early shield that even we can use. with our frail limbs. We're not gonna bother going down there because there's nothing for us there at the moment. I just wanted to go down and fetch the shield in case we have a use for it. Because I still haven't decided which way our physical stats are gonna go. I mean, hell, I haven't even really decided fully where our magical stats are gonna go. I merely sought the option of having open options. And you already know where the current leaning is, where I am considering the idea of faith. If pyromancy was available from the beginning, I probably would have leaned for that for this go around. But unfortunately, there is not a way, to my knowledge, to start with pyromancy. Unless it was in one of the starting gears and it wasn't mentioned. Which it could have been. It could have been. I just gotta remember the right way for starting, which I believe is this way. Or is this the way back? No, this is the right way. Because we spin around, grab this, and then we carry on down this tunnel. And then we get on about our business. Those rusted coins will be useful because they also boost item discovery. Just a matter of whether I'm actually going to make heavy use of those immediately or not. Yoink. Yeah, y'all can generally assume I will make the choices that will make my life easier rather than making my life harder. Now that said, some of my choices will end up making my life harder anyway. Just due to the nature of who I am as a person, I will find a way to make my life more difficult. Grab us another human effigy. We need those to return to human form, for those that don't know. So it'll be necessary to have those, because unlike Dark Souls 1, you get gradually reduced max health the more times you die. Unless you go back to being human again, somewhere along the way. So it's gonna be a big deal. Hop. Snag us the homeward bone and the soul, and we'll just walk down river. Welcome to the first proper area of the game. The Forest of Fallen Giants. Let our suffering begin. Because these shambling gentlemen may not seem like much, but they're actually a threat to us at the moment. Because right now, we kind of suck. And there's definitely gonna be a bit of an adaptation problem for me at first, because I'm gonna have to get used to being weak again, instead of having the powers we had available to us at the end of Dark Souls 1. You know, detriments to being reborn in a new body periodically is, not knowing what you're dealing with anymore. Be it being reborn or shape-shifting, they both lead to some strange situations sometimes. Now, take note of the fact that you can't actually level up at bonfires. You have to actually go back to the Emerald Herald in order to level up in this one. But you can freely go to all of the bonfires you've touched. What a concept! For those wondering, yes, I'm going to be petty about that till the end of time. That's just going to be an ongoing bit from here to forever. Now, you can burn things, like you could toss this bonfire aesthetic in and make the area more difficult, but you have to have defeated the boss of the area before you can do that. Human effigies block people invading you, so on occasion, don't be surprised if I chuck a spare human effigy into the fire to keep people from being a pain in my ass. is there are going to be areas that I recall having a lot of invasions where I will most likely throw one of those in as a preventative measure. Because I wouldn't be surprised if there are still people out there being invading bastards that I just do not want to deal with. Because anybody who's still playing at this point would probably be way more competent than I am. So, you know, as you might imagine, not something I'm going to want to deal with. The shield is primarily for these archers, for those wondering why I was so particular about getting a shield and then I wasn't using it for parrying or blocking that much. It's mostly so I don't get the shit shot out of me. Obviously, some guys like these swordsmen I will also be blocking against. But the priority was for blocking arrows, since they are harder to dodge in some cases. And we will prioritize the use of our Estus over our life gems because Estus comes back, life gems do not. The stock of life gems is for preventing issues where I run out of Estus. So we are about to be in ads, so let me not push forward too hard. I wouldn't want y'all to miss what happens up there. What happens up there is gonna be a fucking ride. I don't think I can get there. I think I have to go somewhere else to get there. I have no particular need to get up right now since we're only at the 1 hour mark. I'm gonna kind of just toddle around a little bit. Hey, let me show you guys the entrance that you go through other than going down the river. I basically have always gone down the river. But if you just cross the bridge, you can just walk down this tunnel here and you'd be at the Forest of Fallen Giants. Nothing complicated. The path I took is genuinely more complicated because you need to not miss the jump. Now, there is a world in which I could get the armor and weapons off of these guys as well. And that's part of why I have the item discovery, is I wouldn't mind getting the knife off of these guys for the early bits. I don't know how useful it would actually be early on. Or, you know, getting his sword. Any of these weapons really wouldn't be a bad thing to get. Aha! Get used to that, by the way. Enemies faking being dead. They love doing that. But we'll quickly snag this Soul of a Lost Undead from here. Now, it's worth noting, for those wondering about differences between the base game version that I'm playing and Scholar of the First Sin, based on what I saw in the wiki, there'd be a troll here. Well, it's either called an ogre or a troll, one of the two. The same big thing that was down in the area that had the stone ring that we were talking about earlier. There'd be one of those here, apparently. Just in the river. So, one of the many reasons I'm grateful not to be playing that version. I don't know exactly where here it would be, but the wiki said it would be in the same area as all these soldiers, so I would assume it'd probably be, like, tucked down where that item was or something, so you don't always run into it, probably. Or it might have been in the tunnel that we walked down. Something along those lines. I remember also being very worried that I was gonna drown in this river. Like I was just gonna get swept away or something the first time I stepped into it once upon a time. While I'm waiting for the ads, I may as well respond to this message. get that message sent off. We're about to come back out of ads, so we can go back to regular activity here in a second. So let me get back over to where the ladder is. And a bot gets immediately bopped as soon as we're coming back. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. You didn't miss anything. I just rambled on a little bit about differences between this and Scholar of the First Sin and things like that. Nothing particularly interesting. And now, up the ladder we go to a complicated situation. As you can see, there's a bunch of gentlemen up here. And not really anything. I've walked through the beginning of the Forest of Fallen Giants, and we're about to deal with this mess up here. That's basically it. I went and got the shield that you can see there, and that's really all. No death or anything particularly. Let's get this guy first, because he's the most dangerous of the lot. Because that axe hurts, but that axe is slower. The sword is much more threatening to me. Especially since he outreaches me, while not being much slower than I am. Now, it was particularly noted that enemies are more aggressive in this game, and I do agree with that statement, compared to the first game. Their AI's been tightened up, and they are definitely more prone to going after you in groups and more actively pursuing you. Just gonna grab this, don't mind me. I'm not gonna mess with this guy right now. He doesn't have any other function other than being an enemy you can provoke that I know of. And I wouldn't mind having what he's got, but that is not a fight I'm winning right now. So we will deal with that later. He also drops a lot of pain and suffering when you fight him with just a knife. Yeah, he's just chilling. He's fine. He's having a great time just watching all of this unfold. But yeah, the funny thing is, this broken straight sword is actually in some ways better than our knife, because it does more raw damage right now, considering our statistics are, you know, basically non-existent. The problem with the broken straight sword is it's slower. So it's not really something I will be using, but it is a thing. See? It's a little bit longer. And it gives you an actual, like, sword to use if you wanted to. But I have no reason to use that over the knife particularly at the moment. The knife is doing enough damage, and the knife is faster. There's probably means and methods to make the sword even more useful, but not something I have any particular reason to do. So we got this guy just hanging out here. Notice the open door. Because I missed that when I was testing the game out to make sure it ran well in this day and age. And this whole situation got a lot worse as a result. Because I walked past this guy, somehow, the one that just tried to axe me. He somehow just didn't interact with me at first. So I just walked across, threw a knife at that guy, and then got jumped by the guy in the room there and his friend back there all at once. Still got through that, but it got bad. Notice that there's also a second guy in this room you didn't see from that hole. Because I think he was, like, over here. So unless you got really up against the edge of the hole, you probably weren't going to see him. But there's a goodie in the corner. Not that it's an important goodie since we don't have a crossbow, but more bolts are never a bad thing. Oh, you were doing the charge move. I should have expected that. I thought he was going for a thrust, so I waited. There we go. Just stab you to death. But we're already out of Estus, so now you see why I wanted to have those life gems. It's also a little weird that we start with some wooden bolts, but this character doesn't start with a crossbow. Like, he just starts with a bunch of random crap. It's a little weird. Like, maybe there's a crossbow that I just don't know about very early on? Whoop. Because, like, most of these guys have bows, so they wouldn't even drop a crossbow, necessarily. Yeah, I knew I was getting bombed. I was hoping to outmaneuver the bomb, But no such luck there. Ah, you barely nicked me there. Go ahead and use my first life gem. Notice how the life gems don't heal you immediately. They are a slow regen item. They're very good regen, but it is a regeneration over time. So don't try to rely on it to heal you immediately, or you will suffer. There we go. Thankfully, being just a little quick on your feet renders most of these guys not that big a deal. Oh yeah, life gems are huge. They are wonderful stuff. You just gotta be careful when you use them. Just bully that guy in the corner in exchange for the buckler. And whatever it is that he's got here. Another life gem. This is why I wanted the item discovery. Between getting the gear and just having a lot more life gems drop from these guys. It makes things a little more comfy for me. Our starting options are a little leaner, which is not great, but item drops are nice. Also, doesn't that look a little weird? That tree just being kind of out of place. I'm sure that's nothing. I'm sure that's fine. Hello, sir. Perish. No. Wouldn't mind getting that halberd, though I wouldn't be able to use it, I don't think, even two-handed right now. It'd be fun to play with, at least. But anyway, on to the reason I was holding on to money. Like I said, roughly halfway, but based on my estimate.
Buy something, anything. Oh, come now, help an old woman and buy something.
Like, without saying things that people who haven't seen the game would you know, I don't want to give away names of things and all of that for people who haven't seen this. So I'll just say good, like, 4 or 5 areas ahead of here, I think was the last place I've been. Something like that. At least that's what I remember getting to. But our main thing we're going to be picking up is Leningrass Key. Is for some reason this old hag has the key to that room that the blacksmith put his box in. So we'll just snag that because we need that. We can also get our starting spell and miracle here if you are so inclined toward either. Just generally a useful shop early on. You also could have picked up the very merchant hat that I'm using to give me the item discovery, because apparently only the hat has the item discovery bonus. Yeah, see, only one of them lists actually having the discovery increase. So technically I would only have needed to just come here and buy the hat to have the same item discovery I have now. But 74, 79, and 72, etc. is pretty good starting armor without being that heavy, is what the other reason why I was down for having the traveling merchant armor. You can also pick up some human effigies here, though only 5 of them. That's still not bad, just a little pricey. Firebombs could be fun to grab a few of. That is something I was thinking about, is instead of actually using any particular kind of magic, I could just start throwing things constantly, but that's just not very efficient, since you have to keep buying more of them. And this game does give you spell uses back with things like amber herbs, so I'd be kind of foolish not to make use of some variety of magic. Like, it's just leaving a very big benefit on the table. Now, an important thing to do in this game is exhausting people's dialogue so that if they're going to move to Majula, they will. So let's go ahead and get that done.
My name is Malentia. You're a stranger to this land. Oh, we get as strangers these days. Everybody's gone and run off. Drang Lake's been a pile of rubble since the war fought long, long ago. And the giants crossed the sea.
ever notice that there's just like always some kind of major threat that looms heavy in the history of every world that Dark Souls is involved with? You had the dragons in Dark Souls 1, you have the giants here, and I want to say there was some kind of big deal in 3, but I don't remember exactly what it was. Might just be the world ending, which is kind of a big deal. I don't remember. Details for when we get to that.
Seemed like the battles would never end. Poor folk like myself have nary a place to sleep. That's why I keep all me things right with me. You may travel light, but methinks you bear a burden of your own.
I wonder if she says you travel light to every character, or if it changes based on what your actual, like, equip load is. I would assume it's still the same. Because you're not carrying, like, a big bag around with you or anything. Even though we somehow fit, you know, piles of armor sets and such in our pockets. Don't worry about that part.
They say these trees grew from the remains of the giants. From each carcass sprouted new life growing into what you see now. But you know what they also say? Don't believe what an old hag says.
Oh, Melentia. You are a strange one at times.
It's high time that I pick up a move. I've a bargain for you next time we meet, my love.
Okay, that I think was her cue to move to Majula.
It's high time.
Yep. You're just repeating now. Perfect.
Thank you kindly.
And just in case anybody wants to hear it, here's the dialogue for not buying anything.
Lovely times these are.
Just a very drastic tone change. Now let's quickly pop back to Majula to set some things in motion. You'll also notice that there was a bonfire intensity. That, I believe, is what the effect of the bonfire aesthetics is you can raise the intensity of the bonfire in that location that way. Which I believe you can actually burn one here in Majula to do something as well. I thought I remembered seeing something about being able to get like a specific thing to let you take less fall damage here if you did that. But I don't know if that's actually true. Yeah. But we can quickly pop in here and get something that'll make me laugh a little bit. Because we got those bolts, but we get a short bow. So we have bolts to somehow put in our bow and arrow. Something doesn't work here. There's a piece missing with this plan. Not to mention we don't have the dexterity to use that anyway. If you don't believe me, see? Takes 7 strength and 12 dexterity to even use just a simple little short bow. Should help you get a bit of context for how incompetent this character is at the moment.
Ah, yes, very good. Now I can get to work. But first, let me set up. Come again later.
Yeah, he's gonna go ahead and actually set up shop in there and become our blacksmith for the area, which will be very important to us. Now, did Melentia actually go here, or did she go to her next location and then she comes back here afterwards? That's the thing I don't remember. I'm not sure. I saw the wiki mention something about fall damage armor attached to the idea of using a bonfire aesthetic, but I don't know if that's one of those rumor things or if that's actually a thing. So I don't want to burn my only bonfire aesthetic on that. I just mentioned it in case somebody actually knew anything about that one. Yeah, that I think is the mansion, which is where the aforementioned skeleton is. But I could also see it ends up being a case of just making the skeleton drop something better because the skeleton doesn't respawn. It probably also impacts the guys that were up by the tower, too. They probably would respawn from that as well, though I don't know why there'd be a reason to fight those repeatedly. I think it said it was I think it said a chest, which is why I didn't believe it. It's like, I don't think a chest just spawns into existence in New Game Plus, particularly there. And since it's a editable wiki, anybody could have just thrown bullshit information there, for all I know. I'm just sharing that because that was an interesting thing I saw that I'm like, huh, I don't know if this is true. This is weird. But I could see it being true. Because it would allow you a different path, basically, in New Game Plus, would be to be able to drop down the big hole there and go that way first instead. But we're gonna quickly warp away and then come back to reset the area so that the blacksmith gets to work and you can see what he's got available. We probably won't be making any use of it quite yet, but I figure I'll show it off. And of course, you know, in typical blacksmith fashion, he will also provide us the ability to upgrade our weapons and armor. Which, once I have something I care about, that will be grand.
You, stand back. This is dangerous work. The name's Lenigrast, just a simple blacksmith. And you are... another useless traveler. A man ought to labor with his feet planted firmly in the earth. Not roam around like you flirtatious vagabonds. Oh, what does it matter? Go on, show me what you've got. Your equipment. Let me have a look. But do it quick.
You know, if it weren't for this flirtatious vagabond, you'd still be staring at a closed door. And yeah, exactly. Effigies aren't a big deal, as you'll be getting plenty of them. I will end up using a fair few of them to get rid of the decreasing health if I start dying a lot, which will happen in some places. But that'll probably be the most I end up using them. But now that Lenigrast shop's open, we can buy a longsword, a broadsword, a falchion, an estoc, a rapier, battle axe, mace, and spear. So basically all of your basic run-of-the-mill main in primary weapons for most stat lines are all here, assuming you can afford them. Yeah, but you gotta get that first. That's the problem. I anticipate dying a fair amount before I even get to that. Now, as to these weapons, can and will are two very different things, Zero. Because remember, I don't know where I'm going, and I have no intention of finding out right now. So I can only work with information that I have.
Don't waste my time.
Remember, that is how these things always operate. They operate on a first-timer basis. So if it is not something a first-timer would know or have, it just ain't a thing. I will probably make use of this aromatic ooze we started with at some point as well, because it adds a solid amount of extra damage. But what I could do is actually use these souls to pick up a weapon right now. But I don't think I'll do that quite yet. Part of the reason why I activated him immediately was I was considering, like, picking up the broadsword, for example, straight away. But we don't need to worry about doing that quite right now. Let us go onward. Oh yeah. Valencia is still here. So it probably needs to beat the boss. Oh yeah. Most of those weapons are actually very good in their own categories. They're all, like, solid workhorses of their stat line. Which is, of course, you know, why the first blacksmith makes sure that those are available to you. I didn't switch to my Estus, so I just wasted that life gem, but it's fine. And pop over here. I know you're gonna get up. You ain't fooling me. You're not clever. Surprise! Get stabbed in the butt for thinking you're clever. Locked door. Yeah, the reason why I was genuinely considering the broadsword is it's still a sword, but it's not just the long sword, so there's at least like a slight variation there. And it's one of the ones closest to our current stat line in terms of something we could use. So it would give me the benefit of a better than dagger weapon without over much investment. I think this is one where if you light the torch, the door opens? I don't know if we have a way to light that torch nearby. Because there's a bunch of, like, light the sconce and something happens deals in this game. I remember that much. Where torches actually matter, which is kind of neat. Yeah, there's nothing to light a torch with around here. Aside from what's behind that door that we can't open over there. Yeah, they're very good because most enemies you ace off against are apparently weak to strike damage for a while. I think it was strike and lightning were the ones that were the most common weaknesses in this one. Something like that. Ow. I just don't like maces and clubs and things like that too much. They're very good. But they kind of fall into the same category that I was talking about with the longsword, where they're kind of boring. Like, if you want effective, absolutely that's your play. I'm not. I'm saying it's not interesting. Because a longsword is purely just that. It is a straight piece of metal with edges on it that you hit your enemy with until they fall down. Admittedly, the only difference between that and this knife I have here is about half a length. Oh, there is. I'm just sick in the head and want things complicated at all times. Oh, I'm sure that won't be a problem later. We'll worry about that when that becomes an issue. Anyway, gotta go. So yeah, just bear in mind that he exists. That's on the list of things that aren't going to be a problem for me right now. I'm not dealing with that right now. But I just wanted y'all to know that that guy exists. How are you so fast with that spear? He's cheating, that's what he's doing. Oh, new move for this one, by the way. You have a guaranteed guard break on your forward inputs, which is handy. It's this. I don't think you had that in the first game, aside from, like, the kicks and such. It would help a lot if I stopped sucking at video games. But you know what? One day this will be true. Yeah, I will always go for, like, the weird weapons and the nonsense options. Well beyond anything that is simple and just makes sense to use. By the way, you may be wondering, but yes, I did get blown up there on purpose because it blows open that wall. I meant to be out of range of the explosion, but, didn't quite line it up because I was worried about this guy. There are just, you know, little things that I know about, little things that I remember, including the fact that there's a few places you can blast your way into, is this opens up a shortcut. It's not much of a shortcut, but it's still a shortcut. And every little bit of shortcut distance helps immensely sometimes. This seems safe, right? There's no problem here. No lies detected, right? Nothing to worry about. About 4 or 5 ballistae just being pointed right at the doorway you're about to walk through. Yeah. Now, unfortunately, the ones manning those ballistae are about to come fuck my shit up. So now that they're not manning them anymore, let's get back out of that room. So at the very least, they have to come to me. Unfortunately, I'm being outreached and outdone here very drastically, so... I tried to squeeze through, but the other guy headed me off. This is what I was talking about with them being more aggressive. They actually, like, fight together and attack stacked on top of each other a lot more than enemies did in the first game. So crowd control is very important. And I'm doing a very bad job of that right now. Because I don't have a weapon with any good crowd control to it, because I have no reach. Oh, I got parried. I can't believe it. Well, that's a shame. I didn't even realize those guys could parry. That sucks for me. Gotta go. Thankfully, I can climb ladders really fast, and they can't. You gonna be smart enough to climb the ladder, or are you gonna be stupid? So I'm fine with you being stupid so I can take some time to heal. Well, properly this time. Okay, I guess they don't understand how ladders work. Aha! Missed it. I overjumped by a mile. And now I'm stuck in this corner, so I've made horrendous life choices here. Yep. I was SOL on that one because of the fact that the guy in the back started charging. Even if I had backed up, he would have just squeezed past his friend and killed me. So I had no play there. I shouldn't have done an actual jump there. I should have just run off the edge, but I second-guessed it and thought I needed to jump to make the landing that I wanted. So yeah, that's death number 1. Now you see why I said that there was no way I was going to avoid dying? Yeah, because of squads like that. It's just really difficult to avoid dying when all you have is a knife. Technically, I could have used items there, but I'm not really a fan of using consumable items against basic run-of-the-mill enemies, particularly, if I can help it. Especially since these guys aren't that strong, they're just numerous. Right side, we died in a spot where my stuff's easy to pick up. Just, you know, we're still gonna be jerky, man. So our health is reduced. And I think those ballistae are reactivated now. So that's a shame. Yep, they sure are. Let's do a better job of rushing this guy down. God, my stamina keeps being like a hair short of everything I want to do. And it is very upsetting. Die. Okay, game, I would love to know why you didn't roll when I told you to. And so begins the cycle of pain, where it just starts being a problem to try to do something very simple, but it just doesn't land. And to think, the biggest thing to make a difference right now would be just not having to deal with 4 of them at once in that room. But I don't really have a way to bait any of them out particularly in an effective manner. Like, yes, technically I could, like, throw a knife at them or something. But that would rely on me either A, managing to aim the knife without lock-on, or managing to lock on to any of them without getting a ballista bolt in the face. Neither of which are particularly viable options for me at the moment. So we're just kind of stuck in a hate loop, because my alternatives are dealing with that thing, or going into that room. Going over there is actually not that bad. But I wanted to do this first, because when I was testing this, I did this clean and fine the first time, no problem. Now I'm just getting shit on the entire time. Which is very frustrating. There we go. That's part one of what you're supposed to do this. Bait them to shoot their buddy. And then hopefully kill them off as they come out of the room. But unfortunately, I keep not getting any of them to die. Keeps ending up, like, just short. And I don't really know what I'm doing differently for it to not work. Other than they're reacting differently a little bit. Like, they're doing that thrust attack way more than they did when I was testing this. But one of the biggest differences, though, is me just not being as bad at this. There we go. Finally got the moves I wanted to land the way I wanted them to. And there's great Soul Arrow right off the top. It's a shame I don't have any fucking intelligence. Because yeah, you could have had Soul Arrow and Great Soul Arrow already. But since I'm not using sorcery this time, it just basically sits there as the item equivalent of a middle finger. Neener, neener, you could have had good things. You want to keep varying it up. Yeah, now we have the blue wooden shield, which we can also use, and it's just better than the Crimson Parma, really, for us, so... New shield. Hooray. Because it blocks more physical, and that's pretty much the only metric I care about on a shield at the moment. We can quickly pop down here and go get what's down here as well. Though there's something funny about this chest. It's a trap. Which I think the trap changes on that. And this is what our Pharos Lockstone is for. When you find one of these happy faces, you can just jam the stone in it, and it opens a secret door. This one in particular has something I definitely want to have, because it will solve a lot of my problems. The Chloranthy Ring. And there's a neat thing in this one, which we're probably not going to use anytime this century, and that is a Titanite Slab. The Chloranthy Ring, though, is going to be very important to my quality of life. It increases your stamina recovery rate, making my stamina issues significantly less of a problem. We also glow green and look kind of stinky now, which is less ideal, but, you know, you make do. This is also a funny thing. I actually learned this by accident once upon a time, but people almost always have a try attacking sign here as well. If you attack this door a couple times, you'll wake up the guys on the other side. Now, this door only opens from the other side. They open the door for you. And I just find that really neat, that they'll actually open doors for you. Okay, good, I got that attack off fast enough. I was very concerned that I was gonna be too slow there. And the third guy's none the wiser about any of this happening, apparently. And we take those. We take it when they're stupid. Quite something ahead. This box has... I actually forget what's in this one. Oh yeah, the life ring. Remember that life ring I said would be worthless to take as a gift? Yeah, it's because you get it right here. And you can't have two of them. So there's just no point in taking that as a gift item. Because not only is it a very middling HP increase, so we'll be replacing it, like, basically as soon as possible, but you get it very early. So there would just be no reason to have it. Don't get me wrong, that middling increase to health is going to be nice. At least for the time that we have it. Also, not sure. I guess you would just hop down to light that. You would just have to hop down in a way that your torch doesn't go out. But you'd have to go find a way to light it first. So I'm not really sure where the nearest flame is. Might be able to light it with, like, a fire weapon or something as well. Let's deal with this now, I guess.
Hello there. Traveling all alone in these treacherous times. Well, I hope you have a very good reason. Oh, hogwash. Who am I to judge? My name is Pate. I journey hither and thither on a sort of treasure hunt, you might call it. Be careful out there. There's talk of unsavory bandits who prey upon travelers like yourself.
Isn't he such a nice guy, warning us about bandits? Feeding to a pulp ahead. Gee, I wonder why that's there.
Oh yes, you be cautious if you go any farther. There's treasure in there for certain, but the entrance locks from behind. I saw the same design earlier, and it's the same contraption, I'm sure. I was with this warrior, you see, and he insisted that he go inside first.
Mm-hmm.
The rather brusque fellow tried to swipe the loot for himself, but it trapped him inside. I still have the gent's ring. I do hope he wasn't harmed.
Now, why would you have his ring? Isn't that a little weird? As if he was in a rush to get the treasure for himself, why would he give you his ring?
I'll leave this one to you. I'm worried about what might be inside. I'll leave this.
Now, there is a reason to go about all of this, though, so we'll play along. This is going to be a little dangerous for me, considering my weaknesses at the moment, but we'll make it work. Thankfully, when they come at me one at a time, in a shocking turn of events, it's easier to deal with them. Who knew? So how did you die? Oh, you were just fighting in this corner and, yeah. Expected results happened. Gotta be careful how much I beat up the walls looking for secret doors, considering our durability limitations at the moment. But a tap or two should get most of them to play ball. Now, there's a problem around the bend here. In that there's a couple rather ornery gentlemen waiting for us around the bend here. But if we just, you know, give the wall a tippy-tap, get their attention. No? Wakey-wakey. There they are. Now, there's a reason to do that, and that reason is there's actually a third one. There he is. I was hoping to have dispatched one of these quick enough, but they covered each other properly this time. Okay, one down. I hate when my guard break doesn't guard break. I did the input, but same as the kick in the first game, sometimes it just doesn't. Where are you going? Hey, we're not done yet. God, I hate the fact that these guys can just keep their guard up like all the time, though. It's something that will always be a thorn in my side with these games, is the enemies that are just, like, perpetually blocking. So you can't just rush them. So I'm gonna burn a lot of health fighting enemies that are actually blocking. Outside of times like this where I just go around them. I just don't think to circle around as much as I should. Mostly because half the time when I try to do that, they'll spin, and it just makes the circling irrelevant. So it's very easy to just get out of habit of using that. And look, there's even more! But wait, there's more. Call now and get more assholes for the low, low price of free. Come on. Come out around the corner so I don't get shot trying to get at you. No, it's too far, huh? Okay, that's fine. There we go. I managed to keep him from just spinning around. These guys are a little bit better about not spinning than some enemies. Like, see, the sword guys are a bit better about actually rotating with you. But thankfully, they don't block much. So, it's fine. Come on, commit to doing something so I can finish rotating around you. Thank you. Like, it is my own impatience that makes shield enemies the problem that they are. I'm not gonna split hairs on that. That is genuinely just the fact. Tree. Notice that that root kind of looks like a leg. Isn't that weird? Now, I don't know if you can actually make this jump. I tried a few times and I didn't make it. But you know, may as well try again. Yeah, see, I just end up right there every time. Maybe there's like an extra pixel or so you could run off that edge and make it? I'm not sure. But I even tried without any gear and I didn't make it. Whoop. Hi, Pate. I'm back.
Well, I see you managed to escape. I hope that brave warrior didn't come a cropper either. Be careful out there. There's talk of unsavory bandits who prey upon travelers like yourself.
You said that before.
Oh. But you should take this.
And he gives you your white sign soapstone for this game.
It allows undead to call out for help to one another across the fissures between worlds. With luck, somebody will lend you a hand. Well,
and now he's just going to repeat himself. So there you go. That's your reason for doing that, is getting your white sign soapstone if you want it. Because now we can leave summon signs, which we won't be using, but, you know, we can. That leaves going this way, out of the options from down here. Thankfully, we don't have to deal with Turtle Man over there. We can actually just kind of avoid him. And I think for the second, I'm going to do just that. Considering the amount of trouble I've been having with basic enemies at the moment. Too slow. I want this. There's the crossbow. So now I have a ranged option if I wish to make use of it. Assuming I can use it, which I'm betting I can't. Yep, 13 strength for the crossbow. So all those bolts we have are still for naught. What's the over-under on me making this jump? Let's find out. Oh, there we go. Another torch and a soul of a nameless soldier. There's a box down there with these gentlemen. I don't really like the idea of a 2-on-1 in these circumstances. Wish I could arrange for one of you to be in the right position to be jumped on. Actually, wait, you might be. Nope, there was a ledge in the way. Still, caught him while he had his back turned, so we at least got him cleared out quick. Because as it turns out, there's not just 2 of them. There's a 3rd one. Bully you in the corner before your friend realizes what's happening. And goodbye. Okay, that went smoother than expected. And my prize is... the Mailbreaker and an infantry helm. I think the Mailbreaker is also out of my capability at the moment. Yeah, needs a lot of dexterity. But this would be a good knife for us, is not only does it have shield piercing, but it also has benefit against armor, just naturally, I do believe. So that's useful. As you notice, there's this stat down here, poise damage, which was higher on the Mailbreaker. Less counter strength, which was interesting. Now, do I drop out of here to get out of here, or is there another way out? Looks like this is the only way out. Which is going to be less than ideal, but, you know, such is life sometimes. Because it drops you out in front of Turtle Man, which is not what we want. But if we land over here, yeah, not only do we not take fall damage, but I think we're out of his aggro range. So we're good. There's still this guy who missed out on dealing with us before. Oh, he turned around just in time to not get backstabbed. Cheeky shit. Here, let's fix that. There we go. And then there's this situation. Notice how they said that the plants were growing from dead giants? Looks like a dead giant, doesn't it? Yeah, that's a whole thing. Large soul of a lost undead. Looks like there's nothing else for us over here. I do think that, aside from going across the area we were just at up here, I think going through Turtle Man might be our only other option. It's a good thing this is an option still, at least, because Turtle Man's not really something I want to deal with right now. Not with my dinky little knife. So, does this actually go anywhere? Nope. This just goes to a sconce. Well, that's a shame. So I stand corrected. Turtle Man is the only path that I know of right now. So how do I want to handle this problem? Let's just go back over to Pate's side here for a second, just to have a safer landing zone. Apparently I missed an item over here. Oh, hey, a firebomb. Isn't that convenient? Considering the line of thought I was just pursuing in my brain here. Of the classic strategy of, when you're scared of something, don't fight fair. Because as you might imagine, he will just crush the soul out of me if he touches me, and I'm not here for that right now. Didn't really want to use up all of those, but I'm pretty confident that guy doesn't come back. So that's worth doing to open this path up. This, I believe, is our path forward. Couple guys hanging out over there. I think this is one of the doors we couldn't open before. Yeah, it's still locked, though. I couldn't remember if that was the locked from that side or if it was a locked at all door. Life gem and a homeward bone. We also get a lovely view, except you can't see it because of the damn mess, but, you know, one problem at a time. We'll deal with these guys and then we'll be able to get to see the nice view. Because that's the thing, despite how decrepit and nasty everything is, it's actually a rather pretty game in some ways, too. Gotcha. I was real nervous about doing that, because I was expecting to get my ass stabbed in by his friend, but thankfully, sometimes these guys are remarkably incompetent, despite how competent they appear other times. Such is the way of being undead, I suppose, is it's a gamble whether you're smart or not. I do believe that is a fog gate we do not really want to go in right now, but I don't think I'm gonna have much of a choice. Amber herb. Oh, hey, you're here. Ow. Sir? Stop that. Have you considered being stupid? Have you considered, you know, just for a second, being stupid? I think he did, and then he thought better of it. Yeah, part of the thing with the sword guys is they're more aggressive, so they're less likely to just block everything you do. Though this just screams death trap now, doesn't it? But get a load of this area, though. Look at this. The sun just peeking over the horizon, over the water. Don't mind the fact that there's rocks you're gonna dash your body against down there. It's fine. It's just really a really nice view, like I said. It just looks really cool here. You're going to die, but, you know, at least you'll die somewhere cool. Oh, I never did get a throwing knife in this reality. God damn it. I thought I had one. Oh, that's a shame. So I was gonna bait this guy down because I have a bad feeling. I also don't see anything up there, so I don't really see a reason to go to the end of... Oh, no, there is an item up there. Never mind. I tell you what. You come here to me. Let's fight down here. X, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? I feel like I remember seeing that you were doing something special today. Like some manner of tier list or something. Pain, suffering. Oh, Traveler's Rest. Okay. Well, hopefully y'all had a great time. And welcoming everybody to Dark Souls 2, where I am struggling a little bit, as expected. But we're making the best of it we can. And as always, if you need to raid and run, please make sure to do so. That goes for any of you that came in. Taking care of yourselves should always be your first priority. Hey, no running. Surprised that hit. Ow. Not surprised that he hit me in the foot, though. Ow. 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 Stop that. Okay. Now I should be able to go fetch that, but I have a real sneaking suspicion this is gonna be bad for me. Oh, there's a halberd there. Let's get down from here before anything bad can happen. No, this wasn't a trap. That really felt like either that was gonna like fall out from under me or a bunch of dudes were gonna show up at the bottom or something. Yeah, context for everybody coming in from the raids and everything. We are doing what is more or less a first-time playthrough. We started with the Explorer, so that's why I have the armor that I have and only a knife to work with. I do have a decent idea what I'm getting into, but I do not know this game well, and I am not looking for assistance. Just as a point of clarity. So, if you see me about to walk into something that will get me killed, just laugh to yourself and watch it happen, because it's going to happen. Now, the unfortunate thing is, I'm pretty confident I don't want to open that fog door. But the downside is I'm going to have to go all the way back through. Either way, really. But I can't open this door. So I'm going to accept the cost of going back. Because we have a lot to spend. Because we haven't leveled up at all yet. And for anybody unfamiliar with Dark Souls 2, you can't level up at bonfires. You have to go back to the Emerald Herald to do that. So it's kind of a big deal.
You again?
I'll double check what you've got. I could get, like, the club or the hand axe, but we're not good enough to use that. Or the Kestis. The Kestis is something I did think about, like, going into the fist weapons and such, but I've since opted away from that. We could grab the Ferrous Lockstone that she has, but then we wouldn't be able to level at all. Probably just not going to buy anything there.
Lively times these are.
Yeah, I know. One thing I am going to do, since y'all just got here, is I'm going to tab away right quick and snooze the ads so you get a little bit more time where the ads kick in. This way y'all can get acclimated and everything without having to worry about getting immediately slammed with ads, since it is on the hour that those run. Let's quickly go back to Majula. Give some thought to a weapon change. And then make our stat allotment decisions from there. I probably won't be able to get enough points to completely do anything here.
I'd given you up for dead. Almost had me worried, really.
Isn't that nice of you to be sort of worried about us? I have enough dexterity for the broadsword, but I would need 5 strength for enough strength to be able to wield it, unless I used it two-handed. Falchion, not doable right now. Would need 3 strength and double my dexterity for that. Similar, but even worse case with the S-Stock. The Rapier, I would just need to double my dexterity, which is still rough, but doable. Battle Axe is way too much strength. Mace is just double our strength, so similar case to the Rapier, basically. And the Spear is too much to ask for as well. Like, the easiest one would be the Broadsword. Just stat line wise, because for those wondering, we have 6 in both strength and dexterity right now, because that's what the Explorer starts with. So we're a little bereft of muscle or any kind of dexterity. Considering our issue with crowd control, the broadsword would be a good choice because it has nice sweeping swings. So it would allow me to keep the worst of the enemies at bay. And what I'm more than likely gonna do is raise my strength and dexterity up equally at first, get them both to like 12, and then commit in one direction or another, or further from there. So yeah, we'll go ahead and grab the broadsword.
I'll be around if you make it back.
It is still a basic choice, much like the longsword is still basic. But it is a necessity currently, since we do not have any particularly interesting options that will be available to us anytime quick. Go ahead and crack that to get the money back. And see if I can get enough.
Bearer of the curse. Seek soul, seek the king. That is, lest this land swallow you whole, as it has so many others.
Yeah, I'm close, but not quite. Was it 11 or 12? I think it was 11. Yeah, 11. So I just need enough for one more level, so one more consumable soul will do the job. We could also make use of, like, the Yellow Quartz Longsword, or any of these things that I may have on hand as well. I'm trying to avoid using them since we did not get them normally. We got just given them from having picked up the game early. We should be able to just use one more of these and be good to go. We'll have a little bit left over, but that's okay.
There.
Yes, yes.
Lest this.
Have to pay the price of miscalculating. Okay. Now we can more comfortably and confidently fight because we have a better weapon at our disposal. Our counter damage is going to be lower, but that's fine. Our basic attack damage has quite literally doubled. Considering not only do we get more scaling from this currently, but we also just have a lot more raw power. As you can see, it is definitely slower. So there's a trade-off there. But it's got nice broad sweeps. Now, for fighting in hallways, I'll probably still pull my knife out because of the fact that the sweeps are going to clang off the walls. But it'll help. Now let's head on our way back to where we were. And unfortunately, we're going to have to crawl back through the whole area again. Well, a chunk of the area, because obviously, you know, we have the hole in the wall here to make use of. Let's see, 3 hits and one of these guys is gone. As opposed to, like, the 4 or 5 it took with the knife. So it expedites things delightfully there. And the faster we clear an enemy out, the less likely I am to make a stupid mistake and get hit. So you do respawn, huh? Well, that's upsetting. Why am I getting bombs thrown at me? Oh, I guess since I didn't deal with the guys up on the wall this time. I didn't realize they were gonna aggro from there. Genuinely annoying and impressive. Just go ahead and clang you out of this reality. It would have been very funny to have gotten their spear at that moment. I'm gonna clear my way back to where we were right quick because, well, you know, you're not gonna miss much from me just redoing things. That third guy. There he is. Can I squeak my way up there? No. Look at how much more effective that is, though. For dealing with these bigger rooms full of enemies. Just a couple swings and suddenly we're done with the room. Much nicer. Considering how much I'm not using my shield half the time, I probably could just two-hand it as well and crunch them better. Ow. You, sir, are definitely turtly enough for the Turtle Club. You see why I was trying to avoid having to fight him in melee when we had the knife, though. That would have taken so many more hits with the knife, considering we were only doing 80 with a two-handed broadsword there. And top up with a life gem. I could have gotten my humanity back, but I'd rather not risk that at the moment, considering I'm not 100% sure what's behind that fog door. I'm pretty sure I know, but I don't 100% know. Oh, refund my life gem. +1. Okay. Let's find out what's behind door number pane. Okay, no, this is not the room I thought it was. This is fine, actually. I thought this was this area's first boss room. Lizard. 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 Sir, do not get between me and my... Lizard. You son of a bitch. Ironically enough, I think the dagger would have actually done a better job there. But, well, we'll have to come back and get that later. Try backstepping? Why? Why would I backstep here? Huh? Not sure what they're on about with that. Might be like a weird thing where you could like clip through the wall or something. Oh, I did walk through the fog door while people were in ads, though. It's fine. Nothing big happened. This opens up the way back as well, which is convenient. Got our elevator. Wary of lesser foe. Be wary of boss, therefore jog ahead. Okay, so I was right in thinking that the boss was close. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. You didn't miss much. I walked through the fog door because I wasn't paying attention entirely at the time. It just led to this room, where I dealt with one more guy, missed a Titanite lizard, and I'm sad about that, and, there you go. We're at an elevator that has a boss warning in front of it, so, this could be bad. This could be exactly what I thought it was, instead of not being what I thought it was. Oh, no, this goes down. No, this is not technically a boss, then. This is danger. Oh, no, never mind. Going further down. Maybe this is still... I don't know where the hell I'm going. Oh, to another fog door. Okay. Quit it with the stabbing of the me. Locked. Well, nothing for it but to have a look. Oh, it's this. Uh-oh. This is not what I thought it was gonna be, but this is still a problem. This is not something I'm super ready for at the moment. Because I had intended to have something else ready to go for this. And I don't have it on the bar. This was one of the things I was going to use aromatic ooze for example. Welcome to the fight against the last giant. He's not terrible to deal with, as you might imagine. He's a big guy with vulnerable ankles. Ow. You just need to not have that happen, for the most part. Oh, I really thought he was gonna clip me there. Ah, he got me that time, huh? Okay, that's fine. Gem up. Let's not fuck around. I can't block anything he does, so I may as well just two-hand for this fight. Speed this along. If you're wondering, yes, he did in fact just rip his own arm off to use it as a weapon. Which is certainly a strategy. I can't exactly say it isn't. You'll notice now he's backstepping a lot more so that he could use his increased range to defeat us easier. And first try. Well done completing Grime 2. And that is our first boss done first try. That went way better than I expected it to. But this was not the boss I expected to run into first, so that makes a degree of sense. Thank you. The broadsword was a very good purchase to make before getting here, as it turns out, because the dagger would have taken a lot longer. But admittedly, we didn't get much out of that other than a soul. And a bunch of souls. See, we have our first boss soul. Soul of the surviving giant who was bound below the Forest of the Giants. The Lord of the Giants, who had brought wrack and ruin to the entire kingdom, was said to have been felled by an unknown warrior. His beaten and broken remains were then dragged beneath the stronghold where he was sealed away. Use the special soul of the last giant to acquire numerous souls or to create something of great worth. I'll be honest, I'm probably gonna eat that soul. Because I'm pretty confident the only thing I get from that soul, weapon-wise, is useless to me. So that's gonna be what that is. Doesn't seem like this leads anywhere either, so I must have missed a path somewhere. But hey, still, one boss down out of a lot. Yeah, I would assume a tree-like giant like him would be... Oh wait, we have the soldier's key. Now, we did get that. That's probably important. So that door apparently doesn't open via the soldier's key. See? Open soldier's door in the Forest of the Giant. So since it just says soldier's door, I'm going to assume it only opens one door in particular then, which is a shame. Let's not jump down the elevator shaft. Would be a silly decision to make. We could pop off the elevator part way and go into that fiery area we were looking at, but let's not soil this nice victory with a painful and miserable death, shall we? Let us instead retreat. Let's check that door that was over by where we came into here and see if that's the door this opens. Because we're going to be doing a lot of, does this door open? No. Does this door open? No. That door over here. Bingo. I figured since it was close to where we fought the giant, it would be the door that would open. Maybe other doors open too, I don't know. Switched my knife for these close quarters. So we don't just clang across the wall constantly. There we go, now we got room to use the sword again. Oh, there he is. I heard him stomping around, but I'm like, where is he? He's not coming down the way I expected him to. Yep. That's the fog door that I'm afraid of, I think. That's the bad one. Guts required ahead. Bonfire? Weakness projectile. Weakness parrying. Is there actually a bonfire up here? No. Life gem and a soul. Yeah, if we just peek over... You'll notice a bunch of ballistae and not a lot of room to rumba, but also doesn't look like it goes anywhere particularly. Oh wait, no, it goes through that head there and goes somewhere. We're not gonna jump right into that right after fighting the last giant, considering we have 12,000 souls to potentially lose in that scenario. Let's actually go get a massive boost to our statistics first. Then we go make bad decisions. In fact, I'm lazy. Way. Honestly, I expected to get bodied already. The fact that we've gotten to this point in 2 hours is actually a surprise to me, which may sound ridiculous, but that is how low my expectations were for myself there. In part because of how much I remember struggling in the past. Just having fun kicking your legs, huh?
Bearer of the curse. Seek lest that...
We want to level up. As I said, what I'm going to do is bump both of these up to a similar amount so that we can have more of our choice of what we want to do there. And then we'll worry about details further from there. In fact, we're also going to get 1 hit of Vitality and a hit of Vigor along the way. And there we go. We are much stronger than we were before. Because now we can use a much more varied arsenal of equipment. We're 1 strength short of the Yellow Quartz sword still. We can use the Mailbreaker. We actually still can't use a lot of the things we're carrying, but we can use the bow, for example. Which is why I wanted the 12 dexterity. It's kind of annoying that the light crossbow needs 13 strength instead of 12. But that's fine. Black Flamestone Dagger is also an option for us now to replace our regular dagger. If I want to use that one. This one's not, like, particularly strong compared to other things, so I'd be willing to use that. Actually, yeah, none of these are ridiculous for the stat lines that they need, so I suppose it's fine. I could, like, use the bound hand axe if I wanted to by two-handing it. Or its longsword could also be two-handed. So... this does have slightly worse durability is the one downside. But slightly worse durability for slightly higher damage is not... oh, this is way longer than I thought it was, though. Look at this thing. This is silly. Okay, not really a dagger too much anymore. It's more of a sword, which is fine. And hey, there's the lady, you know, she's hanging out over here.
Oh, you again? Go on. It's on the cheap for you.
At least you're happy to be here. I don't think your wares have changed at all, though. Now, I will grab a fresh witching urn, as those are useful.
Thank you, Cap.
My other option would have been upgrading some of my stuff, and I'm not committed to any of these items enough yet to want to do that. But now that we don't have any souls to lose anymore, let's say we go back and actually see about what I was afraid of. And see if I could pull that one off, too. Ha 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 ha. Ooh. I'll use my broadsword for that. Let's see. Where was it? It was up the elevator, wasn't it? No, it was right over here. Because the elevator goes down, you silly man. I would like to have gotten to move before that happened, game, but okay. Well, this is off to a piss-poor start already. Why are you so fast? Like, I get that they're not actually stabbing very far, but it's so frustrating how they could just charge up and just go dook 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 before you have a chance to do a damn thing about it. Fuck you. At least that way you get to see the backstab for this weapon. Because there are a bunch of different animations. It's for different items. I believe a bunch of the one-handed weapons of similar types all have the same ones. Like all the straight swords, I believe, are the same, for example. fucking pokey stick little piece of shit over here. God. Why must you work together so fucking well right now? I have a fight to go do, and you've wasted all my resources for it. Shits. I gotta wait for the regen, because I'm gonna have no hope otherwise here. Yeah. No, we'll go as we are, and if it goes poorly, we'll grab stuff out of my pockets. That's upsetting. Hey, remember that guy that went flying in before? Yeah, this is where you're supposed to fight him. The aura on this fucking guy here. He also can fly, by the way. Meet the Pursuer. Probably people's first major wall. Oh, I was expecting that not to reach. Take very careful note of how little damage I'm doing here. Fucking cart got in the way. Considering I'm only dodging here and my blocking is going to be mostly useless, I should once again just two-hand. Not going to do that much more, but it'll do enough more, hopefully. This fight seems real basic at the moment. You don't want that blue to touch you, by the way. If that blue touches you, bad things happen to you. I forgot about the third swing. I got fucked there because I forgot about the ballista that was there. Now, there's a trick to this fight. There's a trick to make this fight significantly easier for you, but I was too caught up on staying close to make use of it. Because those ballistae are functional. You can actually use those ballista against the Pursuer to great effect. But unfortunately, I got too hesitant for my own good, so I couldn't actually follow through on that. That and the loop was actually going decently, so I didn't want to break the loop and risk things going horribly wrong. More so than they already did. As you might have noticed as well, they're aggressive enough that it's kind of hard to get a heal in. Where the fuck did this guy come from? Where were you last time we did this? Answer somewhere in this room and you didn't notice enough, I guess. Thanks for the life gem to pay off your sins, I guess. Oh yeah, we can try again for the Titanite Lizard while we're here, too. Really, that just missed entirely, huh? I really thought that this swing would have hit the Titanite Lizard better, but apparently not. Twin Blades are interesting. They were one of the things I was thinking about for this. I don't know if I would actually do it, though, because they are kind of tricky to use. And that is going to be a big dexterity investment. If I do end up investing in dexterity, I'll probably play around with them. But I don't think I would, like, hard commit to that. For myself, at least. I love for you that your shield just blocked all of that, even though the sword was still not... Well, best is a variable thing. The majority of them are dexterity based, which is the point to be made there. Because you're not gonna start with the best one. So you kind of have to make the other ones work before you get to it. Of course, there's always the option of just using different weapons till you get the twin blade you want to. Well, it depends on how you want to go about it. Okay, so we got a couple options for how to solve this better. I could throw things at him, I can use the ooze, though I don't actually know what his magic resist looks like. Yeah, we already fought him once. He's not that bad, it's just a little beyond our current damage capacity to do conveniently, is our big problem. So I think we slap some ooze on here and make this go a little quicker. Make up for my shortcomings that way. And if I get the opening to hit him with the ballista, I get the opening to hit him with the ballista. Okay, you don't have tons of magic resist at the very least, so that's good news for me. Yeah, I keep thinking I can block those attacks, and I can't. Well, technically I can, but not in follow-up at all. So it makes blocking them pointless. You really don't want to dodge to the right on most of this guy's move. I mean, dodge to the left, rather. Since that's his sword side. You want to dodge shieldward as much as you can, as you might expect. I'm glad I have good adaptability for decent iframes. Which is more or less what I wanted Explorer for, was having solid iframes on my dodging. So my dodging feels like it actually does something. I misjudged the distance. I keep forgetting he gets that extra forward pull since he's a floaty bastard. Otherwise, that would have been clean. But unfortunately, I should have dodged forward instead of backward there. That's the whole issue on that one. And again, you know, not having any breathing space to heal makes this harder. Because he's in such a small arena. And the other place you could fight him is not better, really. Because I could have fought him on that platform he dropped onto earlier, and as far as I'm aware, he would actually be gone if I defeated him over there instead. Honestly, the ooze did not add enough extra damage to him either, so I think I might just stop burning those. I'm hoping to just outrun these guys so I don't have to deal with them. My stamina, however, is not well suited to outrunning anybody currently. And of course, you're the fucker who followed me here. Not the one I could just hit and be done with. No. It had to be fucking you. So I have two options then, if I'm not going to use the ooze. Either I really just wait it out and slowly kill him, which invariably we will have the same result happen again, where I will make a mistake and die. Or I try to arrange for the ballista to hit him. Now, hitting him with the ballista is significantly easier if you had a second pair of hands, where one baits him and the other shoots him. Now, unfortunately, I have no such assistance at the moment, so we're just gonna have to make it work. And I don't think I could rush over quick enough to try to get a ballista shot on him either. And bear that in mind too, that he destroys them if he hits them. And never mind, ballista option's gone because I tried to rush it and it didn't work. I really need to just stop trying to use that shield at all. God, you keep just barely clipping me with your swings now, too. Because we're hitting that magical middle point where it's like, oh, I'm gonna try to do something different to make this go faster, or do something else at the very least with my life at all. And I get punished for it every time. Drink fast before he gets back. We're already out of Estus, so this attempt is probably a wash. It's kind of funny how his shield doesn't just auto-block everything. And yet basic enemies with their shields will auto-block everything. There we go. That's the loop you really want him to be in, is constantly doing the shield charge over and over again. Because it's just one swing to dodge and then you can hit him. I unfortunately do not have sufficient fight control to make him do the same thing over and over again. Though positioning-wise, the triple strike is arguably a better one for me to attack him during, because I can just kind of slip under his third swing and then hit him in the ass a couple times. It's just much more dangerous because, you know, it's 3 swings to dodge. I almost got caught by that because I got stuck for a second. I knew I was gonna get punished for doing that. I didn't have a choice, though. I didn't want to risk being in one-hit range. That's the problem with trying to use items in these fights at all, though, is because they slowed item usage down, it is very, very risky. We need to have full health. Well, that's the risk you take when you 100% a game. You no longer have a purpose in life till you find the next one now. So honestly, the same happens when you finish one. Not for a couple years, probably. How much time was there between Grime 1 and 2? How did that fucking miss? Come on, game. You're breaking my balls here. I hate this so much right now. The times where your attack just will either phase through a wall or not, and it's such a fucking gamble. I swear. I mean, that's a long time in some ways, but yeah, game development-wise, that's not terrible. Jesus fuck, why did you happen to run up the exact second I was stuck? I swear they have like a psychic link sometimes, where they just know you're in a vulnerable position, so they all just dogpile your ass immediately. Thanks, Guard Break, for being the worst mechanic in video games again. Not fucking working when I need you to. So I do the exact right input, and it just goes, nah, I'm just gonna do a swing instead and just bounce off the shield again. You come down here so I don't have to deal with your halberdier friend for a moment here. Fuck you. I can't afford to burn more Estus, because I'm gonna need at least one to have a prayer against the Pursuer. At least at my current strength. The worst part is, I think if I had used the ooze in the last fight, I think I would have won. But based on my lack of success with the idea of getting him with the ballista, I think pulling some urns out might not be the worst idea. It's a risk, but I think it'll be a risk that's worth taking. Because I'll be able to score damage when I'm otherwise unwilling or unable to close the gap to hit him. Like when he's doing this. That was too close. Went further than I expected, so here, catch this. He's being really annoying with his positioning right now, staying near that edge. I wish I had more stamina. Things I should have spent my points on. But when you always have more things to spend your goddamn points on, it gets really hard to make those decisions. I took a risk there, and I don't know if the risk was worth it. He's busy attacking. Heal, 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 heal. Why did you try stabbing from that distance, buddy? What are you doing? He got me because of the end of the animation, where there was a slight delay before I could move. Just one more of those. Ah, that attack! You son of a bitch! Oh, and we're in a bad position now. Die! Okay. Pursuer down and less deaths than I thought. That was what? 4th try? That's not horrendous. I was expecting more like 8 or 9 tries, so I'll take what I can get. Would have been significantly better if I could have actually gotten the ballista. You see? You just run over and you can fire it. And it fires multiple bolts, so you don't have to be too precise. But now we can move forward. Whew. All in all, having the last giant and the Pursuer done in less than 3 hours, I am overjoyed. It may not sound like much to others, but that's a big deal for me. Considering how long it took me back when I was doing this back in the day, I will take that as a great victory. And now, we're gonna do this. We're stealing the Pursuer's bird. Whee! Because I'd rather go this way than go the other way we could go right now. There's something over here that will be very important to us. And it also doesn't involve going and fighting a particular boss that I want nothing to do with right now. But first, for obvious reasons, we're going back to Majula, because we have a lot of souls to get rid of. Now, as far as what I'm going to use the Pursuer's soul for, I am not yet decided in that regard. But we probably should have a look at that ring. Increase physical attack. The Ring of Blades is modeled after the Mad Knight of Alkin's weapon of choice. Increases physical attack. The kingdoms of Alkin and Ven long ago flourished on these very grounds. They were both founded by the same man, but both were reduced to rivalry and spite. Yeah, as you do. But now we have increased physical damage, which will help. Now, what do I... The problem is, I have now gained statistics well beyond what I had intended to have available to me today. So I now need to make a decision faster than I expected to. Since I do not have a way to bank my souls, particularly. Unless I just... Well, no, I would still need to commit one way or the other. Unless I just sank all my points into, like, vitality or something stupid like that. So I suppose I could kick the can down a little bit by putting points in attunement. Which I do want a few points in attunement anyway. But I wouldn't want to put all the points I have available into it. So maybe I put some points in attunement and then go up to like 13 strength and dexterity. And then kick the can about the intelligence faith decision down to later? Because the problem is we haven't gotten anything that would particularly leverage one or the other to help me make that decision. That's the problem. Because obviously I've looked at the options available for both, just to be clear. Intelligence, we would be using either hexes or using intelligence to scale pyromancy. Faith, we would be using the miracles and potentially doing them. I can, but that's yet more directions for me to be burning points, and I'm not really wanting to do that, because I'm already going to be burning points in my physical stats. Unless I wanted to sit there and raise everything and be leveling at a snail's pace, which is not really what I want to do either. Which is why I'm trying to only do one of them. And I think I'll go with my original gut feeling and just do Faith. Because we did Intelligence last time. And Faith will give us access to additional healing too, which is not a bad thing, considering the Estus situation in this game.
Bearer of the curse, seek the king, lest this land swallow you whole.
You have some very strange idle
So
animations.
many others.
Well, Faith should be enough to do a few things. And it should start the process for the scaling there. Well, that's exactly why I'm gonna do it this way, yeah, is the pyromancies end up being a fallback for offense. And we could also throw a few lightning spears around, which will be fun. This is why I'm also having physical stats to back it up, so that I have a means of still having a viable offense, while still allowing me a different playstyle than just hurling magic at my enemy like I did in Dark Souls 1, you know? It's the whole point is to not just have this be the same as the previous playthrough. That's the whole point here. Yeah, no, that was true. Faith was disgusting. Is it what I was talking about before about everything having a problem with lightning already? So you could do stupid things. Unfortunately, we don't really have anything that benefits from our magic stats, aside from the Transgressor staff, which we can't even use, because we don't have any intelligence. Which I think that was another thing that upset people with this game, is I think they were more active about nerfing things into the ground in this one, compared to what, well, basically what they did anywhere else. Now, do I want to change weapons now that I have viable statistics to do so, or do I want to just stick with the broadsword for the time being? Because I've got the money to burn. No, I think we will stick with the broadsword because I bothered to buy it. We can pick up other options as we go. So we'll sink a Titanite shard into it just because it is at least a decent improvement that way. And out of our armor, I'm actually going to raise my hat the most because my hat's the only one that has a unique benefit to it in that it gives me the item discovery.
I'll be around if you make it back.
And there's something very entertaining to me about just the beret and monocle in this world. Now, I have some money left. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's something very specific I can buy with this amount of money, so I'm gonna go buy it. Yeah, but why would I? I'm not really in the business of murdering NPCs in this world.
Who are you again? No, I'm not serious.
Yeah.
You do have a rather pleasant scent. The type I'm quite fond of.
What I want is the Ring of Evil Eye.
Satisfied?
Very.
I'll be around if you ever come back.
Because that will help me stabilize my health as we're traveling a bit. Now, admittedly, I have to get rid of something, and it's probably going to be the Spell Quartz Ring, because we've not really been dealing with any magic attacks. Worst case, I'll probably flip the Life Ring for the Spell Quartz Ring if we start dealing with lots of incoming magic. But now, with no souls left to lose, it's time to make forward progress again. Now, this place is going to be dangerous for us. Arguably, I probably should have gone the other way first, but I'd rather go this way. The reason this place is dangerous is because of, you know, gentlemen with their very big pole arms like that over there. It's also a little squirrely to get around here at times. Hello, sir. It's the end of him. Coming around this way is also much better than going the other way, because you'd be dealing with those dogs down there while that guy's up there shooting at you. Guess who hit the wrong button? I'll give you a hint, it's the guy who's down here with the dogs now. Ow, 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 ow. Thankfully, the dogs aren't that bad to deal with. They also drop human effigies, apparently, so that's convenient. Knock, knock. Anybody home? Yeah, this doesn't scream trap at all. Big empty room with a chest in the corner. Draw for quite something, and then gesture. It's not a mimic. Not a trap either. Okay. Antiquated key and the covetous serpent ring. Well, never mind. I have a decision to make about an inventory slot again already. Speaking of more souls, this is one of the things I wanted to come here to get. Guaranteed extra souls from everything. Because that'll make my life a lot easier, because it means I have to fight a lot less enemies to get the souls I'm gonna need. Obviously, I could stack it with the armor Zero's talking about, but the armor merchant has a purpose left for me still. Because I don't remember what all he gets, and I don't want to deprive myself of an option. And there is also something to be gained by getting X amount of people into the town. And I don't know if he counts since he was already there or not. It's also worth noting for anybody that doesn't know, by the way, I do actually have the capacity to respec in this game, so if I end up hating the choices I'm making, I can fix them. And I also know a way to get more of them. Specifically, you can use the bonfire aesthetic to get them in certain places more than once. I think those explode. I missed. Either that made them not explode, or those didn't explode to begin with. Pretty sure the black barrels do explode, though. Hello, friend.
What is it? I don't know you, and you don't know me.
Not yet.
Things are better that way.
Probably. I'm gonna keep poking you, though.
You are an odd one.
True. Nice hat, by the way.
People keep a safe distance when they see this mask. But you... I'm called Lucatil. From the land of Mira to the far east, across the mountains. They say Drang Lake brims with powerful souls. And so I came to claim my share. But what a strange place. Even the rumors did not prepare me.
Not gonna lie, I would steal her outfit. And lady, your mask doesn't concern me. If you saw how my face looked normally traveling around here, you'd understand why I'm not worried about your mask.
You are an odd one indeed. I've always made a point of avoiding people, while you've made a point of engaging me. I can see that you are mid-journey. If you require assistance, I will help you. I come from Mira, a land of knights. My sword is always ready. Don't hesitate to call upon me. Whatever happens, I won't be missed.
You say your sword's always ready, but maybe it's just me, but I can't help but notice that scabbard's empty. Yeah, am I imagining things? I don't see a sword in that scabbard. It's just kind of there and it's empty. So where's the sword?
You are an odd one indeed.
Okay, you're done with dialogue now.
I come, don't hesitate.
Try happiness, therefore don't give up. Well said. Yeah, Lucatil's another one that you could summon to assist you in boss fights, which we may or may not end up having happen. I do believe Lucatil's story only progresses if you get them summoned into combat, so if I remember to do so and happen to be human when I get to bosses, we'll do it. Otherwise, that's just gonna be what it'll be. Remember, this isn't gonna be 100% or anything, so we will make do with what we can. Do I fight him or do I go this way? I think I go this way. I think this is the better choice. Maybe those are the ones that explode. I know this place has a bunch of explosive barrels, which is why I'm just super on guard for explosions. I have regrets about going this way. I have many regrets about going this way. Instead of one big guy, I've got an army of little guys who want me dead. Catch. Remember when I said I was reticent to use those? This was a point where this was a good idea to do so. Because that's a lot of guys with big swords that wanted my ass on a platter. And considering this meant not having to go back through all of this again, it was the right choice. Real swordsman gloves. They're better than what I'm wearing. They do make me heavier, though. So maybe once I have a bit more carrying space, I might put those on. Yeah, the whole fucking garrison just rolled up on me at once there. God damn. Oh, there's a ledge in the way. And a hole. Never mind. Come back to that idea in a bit. I am gonna get up when this ad break comes up as long as I'm not in the middle of something significant at the time. Oh, there's still more of you, huh? I mean, it is a Bastille, which is usually very populated with soldiers. So it makes nothing but sense, but at the same time, yikes. Not to mention, these guys have enough poise that I can't always stun them on my first swing. What the? His sword just came flying at me like, I'm gonna get him one last try. Yeah! Which was just incredible timing. Okay, you're a bad guy. But I have nowhere else to go in this direction, so I guess I'll free you. Claw clunk. I gotta say, for a place like this, them all using big two-handed swords is a little weird, though. It's gotta be rough fighting in these hallways with those swords. Hey, how you doing? Hey. You wanna help me out here, bud? Hey. I'm stuck on this ladder. Could you give me a hand? Sure, I'll give you a round of applause. See? There you go, there's your hand. Anyway, I'm just gonna leave you here. Bye. I'm assuming he's gonna come up the rest of the way behind me at some point. Oh, there's a summoning sign right there. Whoever the hell this is. Radiant Life Gem. Who are you? Oh, Belclair, okay. I forgot what Belclair looked like. Pretty sure that is a normal one. Wary of tough enemy. Well, yeah, that's expected of a fog wall. Is that the only sign around here? Thought. Actually, I don't know what fight this is. There's a lot of bloodstains down here. Yeah, we're not gonna go toy with the fog door since we're close to when the ads are gonna run. And I don't want to be mid-fight. Oh, hey! Haha. It's the death door. I remember watching somebody playing this, and they opened the door, walked through without looking, and just went whoop! Splat. You know, exactly as you'd expect with a door like that. Beat him. Oh, were you the guy on the ladder up above? You were the guy on the ladder up above, weren't you? Well, he's dead. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. You at least did some preparation, because it's like, oh yeah, if there's anything down there, I'll live. And then there was nothing to land on. And yep, it was that guy. Okay. Like, good on you for at least, like, giving yourself the best odds possible. Sometimes risks have to be taken for science. I just know enough about science other people have done already that I don't have to make some of these decisions. Okay, so before we go through that fog door over there, I suppose we'll go deal with... Wait. Where'd this guy go? Oh, he's just further down there. To be honest, I don't really have a build in mind. I'm just kind of going by vibes. And right now, we've got a solid amount of faith, and I'm gonna play with the faith spells alongside whatever weapon I feel like using at the time. And, That may change at some point, and then I'll just use a soul vessel to undo my choices. That didn't reach, huh? Now I'm just wasting these things. Well, it doesn't matter. Yeah, that's fair. That is a fun way to go about it. Not really my style. I prefer much lighter, faster moving options. But there's a satisfaction to the big thunk. I fully understand. It's also a relatively safe option, arguably. Does big number make enemy go away fast? Can I actually successfully creep up on you? I can, but either they're not backstabbable or I just was not quite aligned properly. You show that wall who's boss. Item above. Exactly. Oh yeah, there is an item above. That is true. I'll just go ahead and kick that down the stairs. I don't think I have a firebomb on me, do I? You get used to things like this happening. Well, yeah, but I'd rather not blow up. I was trying to avoid exploding, so something that hits it from further away would be wise. Also, it was gonna blow him up, too. Though, I think... Wait, no, I have the perfect solution to this. I have a thing just for this problem. It's called a fire arrow. There we go. Problem solved. All without blowing my own face off. Somebody's very upset around here, too. I keep hearing an enemy swinging wildly. Like, there's somebody in here just swinging a bunch. But the ads are about to run, so I'm gonna go ahead and just stay up here out of danger. So while I quickly go do a thing, and then I'll come back and keep an eye out in case somebody tries to be an asshole and invade me. Un momento. Okay, I have returned, but there's still some ad time left, so let's not rush off to do anything. So how is everybody that can hear me currently doing? Meanwhile, I'm gonna answer a message right quick and check on a couple things. Okay. Wanted to put full attention on responding to that message, so I didn't split my thoughts and end up saying out loud half of what I was trying to type, but also type what I was going to say out loud, because I've reversed those before, and it makes neither message make any sense. Okay, 30 seconds before the ads are done, so let's go at least look at these messages. Ally ahead, praise the sun, try projectile, pyromancy. Oh yeah, there's a bonfire in there. Let's go. Touch. Technically. It'll be my first completed playthrough because I have played through about half of it like 10 years ago. So, in practical terms, it'll be the first playthrough because of the fact that can't really be expected to remember things from 10 years ago. I know part of how adaptability works. I do not know all of it. Like, I know it impacts your iframes and it impacts item usage speed to a certain degree, and I believe it also was casting speed somewhat, from what I was double checking. Yeah, no, it's not something you'd figure out easily because of the fact that the game doesn't do a very good job of explaining it. Which is why I had double checked it at the time when I was setting all of this up. This is one of those, I knew this once upon a time, let me go ahead and make sure I actually know now. Since I'm not really in the business of relying on my chat to tell me things. It was important that I make sure that I have the information at my disposal. Wait, Macduff's workshop. I wanted to be here. This is good. This is good. Yeah, it's not great. There are certainly worse choices you could make, but there are definitely better choices you could make as well. That's why I kept hearing the swinging. You were just swinging at the air in here.
Oh, why can't they all be this easy?
But I do appreciate you checking.
We've got a wild one here. Shape up. Shape up, I say. Oh, that's it, yes. That's the way. Dear flame, how brightly you burn.
He's having a little bit of a moment, don't mind him.
I ought to fetch a new ember. Flame, dear flame. I ought to fetch...
Okay, he's done now. And that's what we need to get for him. He needs a new ember so he can get back to smithing. But I'm gonna loot his room because his room has a lot of goodies in it. But he's gonna be a real good friend to us once we get him an ember. Probably one of our favorite people. But sadly, we'll have to come back to that idea in a bit. Now, I do not remember exactly where that ember is, but we'll find it. Yeah, that door doesn't open. I didn't think so. Now, as important as it was to get that bonfire, it does come with some consequences, like having to go back through this guy. Rid of your little buddy. Now back to dealing with you. Thankfully, they're not good at this whole fighting thing now. Huh. Well, this would have been really cool if I was going for strength. It's actually not that crazy on statistics. Oh, right, because it's a Reaper, not a Greatsword or anything. Right. I did think about playing with the Reapers. That was one of the weapon types I was considering. Because I think they would be neat. And we might do that. We'll see. I mean, we already did a Dex heavy run, and I almost did go for whips before. Problem is, there's just not that many whips to use. There's like 5 of them in the game at all, which is just kind of meh. Like, don't get me wrong, you end up using like only one weapon at the end of the day, but it's just kind of sad to not have a lot of options. Way to go, buddy. Way to fuck us both over there. That explosion did less damage than I thought it would, though. I really expected to just explode. Also, the whips just felt kind of awkward. Did the whip moveset get better in Dark Souls 2? Because that's a very important question. Because the moveset in 1 just felt kind of stiff and just meh. If the moveset got a lot better in this game, I will be more willing to consider it. Yep, that was the answer I was expecting. I know you well enough at this point, Zero, to know that you bounce between good suggestion and fuckery suggestions. Oh yeah, as long as they're ones that'll actually be within our stat line even slightly, I'll probably consider them. I just need to get access to being able to get them at all, which is still gonna take a little bit more time. Like, there's at least one that I had my eye on when I was double-checking notable weapons and getting a base idea of what I expected I was gonna want my stat line to be, to have a vague idea. I'm not gonna say that yet because of the fact that it'll spoil the boss later. But it's one of the curved swords, I'll tell you that much. That should tell you most of what you'd want to figure out there. I think there's only like 2 curved swords that are boss weapons in this game, something like that. So that should narrow it down quite nicely for you. Haha. Way to blow yourselves up, boys. Which I have to assume that's why there's so many enemies in here, is to compensate for the fact that they're very prone to blowing themselves up. And while they do hit hard, they're not exactly, you know, the sturdiest of boys in the world. Nor do they have shields, so you can just kind of bully through them as long as you're careful a bit. Oh, hey, the Royal Greatsword. Things I will not use for 500. That is, greatswords really just are not my thing. But this would probably be one of the ones I would use if I was using them. I'm not sure why I went back right now, considering I have too many souls on me to really want to do that fight at the minute. I think I just kind of autopiloted back to the boss door. I wish I had even half the faith you do, Who in Me Zero. Just because things have gone well so far does not mean that that's gonna be a first try. Especially since I don't remember what that fight is. But I tell you what, I know what'll make me a lot more likely to first try, and that's not having things to lose. Because having things to lose are gonna make me do something stupid.
Bearer of seeks seek the... lest this...
Of course, now... I can't quite reach the strength requirement for the Reaper that we picked up. But if I'm gonna fuck around with an idea like that, I need to push my strength and dexterity both up a bit more. Not to mention, if we are gonna toy around with multiple of the boss weapons, that would also require having probably like 20 of each, if I were to hazard a guess. We might be able to make this happen. Let's play around here a bit. Let's see what the mathematics end up looking like. I'm pretty confident the math ain't gonna math here, but I'll play around with the idea at least.
Bearer of the...
His worst case, this will still make us stronger. So up that by one. Yeah, I'm gonna be one short. I would need one more dexterity to use the Great Machete properly. Oh, and it's 18 strength, not 15. Why did I don't have good memory sometimes, apparently. So we'd still need more of both. Though, two-handed might work? No, because of the dexterity requirement, I still can't. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. I should have focused raising the dex first, then. Ah, well. Too late to worry about that now. At least I can use the crossbow now, haha. Could also use the homunculus mace if I wanted to. Freely use the quartz longsword, you know. I've got things I can use now, and this does raise the scaling on the weapon I'm using. If I had a second crossbow, I'd think about it, because it would be very funny. But I don't have a second crossbow, and I don't think I have any means of getting one right now, outside of going and finding one. It would honestly be very funny if you could. We could pick up some arrows while we're here. But I think what I'm gonna do is just make my hat better.
I'll be around if you make it back.
Which we still haven't messed with power stancing any further after 2 daggers didn't work. And I do still want to play around with that idea. Which is another reason why I'm going to need solid strength and dexterity so that we have enough to actually use the things properly to power stance them. I wonder if I have something I could power stance with this sword right now. Does this work? No, that's not working. It's hold the two-handed button, as far as I'm aware. Put these. Nope, that doesn't work either. Nope, can't do that pair either. Guess just like nothing I have works with the broadsword. Got these two. Nope, that's not working either. Yeah, that's what I figured. Which I might be able to do the daggers now then. I thought it was 1.5, but I could be wrong about that. Which would mean that none of these are viable at the moment. Yeah, I would need to fetch the daggers back out of the box, but I'm willing to give that an idea at the moment. This will be funny. Because that was actually one of the first things I was planning to do, but I forgot that the requirements were higher. So, dual basic bitch daggers is not exactly going to be exciting. There we go. Slice and dice, slice and dice. It's actually reasonably effective despite these daggers being kind of trash. He's gonna kick that barrel at me. Eek. This is gonna be bad. I was really expecting that barrel to explode. Like, I really thought he was gonna, like, choke slam me into the barrel. It was gonna be hilarious, but also really bad for me. These do, like, nothing to him. I have to chip him to death with this death by 1,000 cuts style, and I do not have the stamina for this idea. But it's cool. It's fun. This is so gonna get me killed right now, though, so... But we've had our fun with that idea for the moment. Oh yeah, I can use a better shield now, though. This is true, like, infuse one with poison, one with bleed or something, and just be a nightmare. Just be a pain in the ass the whole way. Okay. Gotta get back past you again. It is weird with these tall guys how you just kind of clip through them sometimes. And away you go. Now, imagine the world where I get a second great machete and we power stance great machetes. The ridiculous nonsense that would be. Because I know people power stance great swords before. Or at least they've tried. Like, I don't know if it was ever properly power stanced or if they were just dual wielding them. That would be just like the comedy outcome of this setup. Just engage helicopter mode with the Reapers. The speed at which we're picking up souls just on the way back here tells me the 8,000 I was carrying maybe wasn't as much to worry about as I thought. Come on, boys. Let's do this dance again. No? You're not all gonna come filing? There you go. Ow, Jesus. I thought I could get another swing in there, forgetting once again that our stamina is so bad. So, if I hadn't missed the first swing because of the sword continuing to be slightly shorter than I think it is. Yeah, I assumed they wouldn't be able to power stance with too many things because of the fact that they're kind of weird. Because most of them are essentially poleaxes. Like, depending on how you want to look at them, they are obviously, you know, scythes for the most part. But they would also qualify as a poleaxe. Really need to not die here. Because it would, A, be embarrassing, and B, be very annoying. Having burnt an Estus already, though, there's a strong thought in my mind to just turn around now. But let's go grab our souls first, and then we'll turn around and go get our Estus back. Because sometimes you just get a little too greedy for your own good, and suddenly your health's gone. I was so scared that I was gonna set that barrel off. Hey, buddy, you gonna come get me? Oh, no! I really was intimidated by these big guys before. But they have the same problem most big enemies in these games have, where they're big, they're slow, and they have a massive blind spot, usually. Those up. We'll get our one Estus that I wasted back, and then get back through here better. Then we'll proceed. Because there's no reason to proceed with one less Estus already. That's just asking for trouble. I would have to go spend the points, but yes, I could then use it. And I'm not really gonna blindly use a new weapon in a boss fight. That's not really gonna end well ever. I would be willing to consider it if people were willing to encourage the idea, but that would depend on how they encouraged the idea as well. While this is arguably a Dark Souls I'm more comfortable with than the first one, I'm not comfortable enough to be making content plays, necessarily. As has been demonstrated by the times I've just gotten bodied because I make a bad decision. Go again. God, the reach you guys have. Like, don't get me wrong, I get it. They're using big swords. But fuck's sake. The amount of times they just barely graze me is getting kind of old. Now that there's not 50 of them in front of me, this is going to be much easier. Is we can actually focus them down instead of just getting hit by ones behind their friend. Okay. Was double checking something, considering I saw an email pop up. Wanted to make sure it wasn't something important. Oh, they surrounded me immediately. I'm gonna die again. Don't you love when you just get hit and then hit before you can do anything? I know I don't. Why are we... Well, I know why I'm having more trouble. It's because I'm being impatient and I just want to be through the parade of assholes here. But there's no fast way through the parade here with what we've got. Let's do this so that we're not continuing to take health losses. Not gonna help anything. We never did find another Estus shard, did we? I feel like I should have by now, but I didn't. Well, that's a shame. On the bright side, at least we're getting a bunch of free souls of Nameless Soldiers, so we can build up that way. Hey, wake up. Why did you have to do your fastest attack, then? Why were you like this, huh? Who made you this way? See, that's what I was thinking, which is why I was feeling that I'd missed one. Maybe once I grab my stuff back, I might go grab that. Because a third Estus would make a very big difference. I don't know how the hell I missed it, though. Unless it was, like, up on a high ledge or something, which would explain why I didn't get it. There's also a path I didn't take back there, though, that I should go back and do now that I'm remembering it. Because we actually could have access to a whole other place in Majula right now that I completely blanked on doing because I took the wrong path and ended up accidentally beating the area instead of going where I was thinking about going. Because that's what happens when you just are kind of just following the road in front of you, is you miss the turns you wanted to take. But I don't want to leave these souls sitting here in case I fall off a cliff or something while I'm back in the Forest of the Giants. Because with where I'm thinking about going, there's a lot of cliffs I could fall off of. So if I'm doing that, I don't have to worry as much about burning Estus fighting the clown squad here. That is, of course, if I don't just die first. Look at how they actually are kind of smart and try to fan around you, too. Like, they're not the smartest in the world. I hate the way you can just be pushed around into bad positions. I wanted to be where I was, and he shoved me to the side where I then got stuck on that ledge. Well, guess we're just going to the forest and not worrying about those souls anymore. First we'll find the Estus shard, and then we're gonna go to where I'm thinking about, because this doesn't lead directly to where I wanted to go. Now, where in... Did I ever go up these stairs? Because if I didn't go up these stairs, that would be why I didn't have the Estus shard. Oh, yeah, this is a door I couldn't have opened yet. I don't think this is the one I was thinking of, but... There's a hand axe, so that's fun. He thinks he's clever. Yeah, hang on. I'm opening doors since I can. And there's a bunch of chests I didn't grab here, too. Or apparently there's 2 Estus shards I could have gotten here? And you're sure that that's the original version, not Scholar, right? Just to double check? Yeah, this is why I ask these questions. We can go check. This is why I ask. Is where you remember things is probably not going to be where they are. So you're saying this way there's a raised platform, which the only raised platform would be up there where the pursuer drops in. Which I'm not sure if there was anything up there, but I'll check. Because I didn't go up there this time, and I did go up there previously. Yeah, there's no items up here, so the Estus shard is moved in Scholar then, because it's clearly not here. But this is where I also wanted to go. Yep. Scholar moved a lot of items to easier locations from what I saw. Like, not necessarily easier to get to, but easier to see. But I wanted to go down into this, because I forgot to go over into that cave. Because that cave will lead to something we want. But I completely blanked on it because memory merge happened between when I was testing things out this morning and this reality. So, you know, two versions of reality merge in your brain and bad things happen. On the bright side, having the broadsword is going to make getting through here a lot less painful, so there's that at least. Don't care about him. Okay, good, he didn't snipe me. I have been shot as I jumped before, and I'm always terrified that I'll get knocked out of the air by being shot. And it would be awful. But over here, there's first a trap as a boulder goes rolling by. This inconsequential thing over here, which is just another human effigy, which is not completely inconsequential. But there is this man.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just daydreaming, I think. My name is Kale. I'm a traveler like yourself.
Who speaks without moving his mouth.
To create a map. Why cartography, you ask? Well, that's a good question. When I first came to this forsaken land, it was a curse? Something about a curse? How embarrassing. I seem to have lost my focus. But I do know one thing for certain. I have always been very fond of maps. I came to this land some time ago. Drangleic, the Lost Kingdom. It sounded so romantic. Have you seen Majula? Oh, there's a rather spacious mansion there. I've made it my temporary home. Well, as something of a squatter, I'm afraid. Inside the mansion, I found a strange map, like none I'd ever seen. I believe that it's a map of Drangleic. Now I'm traveling the land to prove it. Yes, that's it. That's why I came to the kingdom. Wait, no, that wasn't it. Then what? I don't seem to recall.
Maybe it's just me, but scratching through the dirt like that, I don't see being very helpful for his mapping purposes. Maybe that's just me.
Were you looking for that map? Wonderful. Then you're fascinated by maps, just like me. Shame on you. You should have told me before.
To be fair, you haven't given me a chance to get a word in edgewise.
Take this. A key to the mansion.
That's what we wanted.
What a joy to meet a kindred spirit out here. Incredible, really, isn't it? Such a map to be chiseled in stone. Oh, but one thing. I would not venture deep into the mansion. Now, I can't be certain, but I've heard disturbing noises. Something about it feels wrong. Just be careful, please.
There's also things in that mansion we're gonna want, I'm pretty sure.
I'll be back in Majula soon. Perhaps we will meet again and discuss maps at our leisure.
Totally, yeah, we'll discuss maps all day, yep.
I'll be back.
Okay, you're done now. When I went in here, when I was testing things out, I stabbed the shit out of him by accident. He was crawling around over there, I'm like, that guy's gonna get up and stab me. So I stabbed him first, like 6 times, and he didn't get mad. He was shockingly chill with the whole getting the shit stabbed out of him thing. It was kind of funny. Yeah, that boulder rolls down here, and I'm 90% sure that's a death pit. So don't go down there. That was the whole reason I came back over here, though, other than that Estus fragment. Was to go grab that mansion key. I think there might be, like, another item in here somewhere. But I don't remember, and I'm not particularly worried about finding it at the moment. So we're just gonna get out of here. Go back to Majula, take advantage of the mansion key and everything. Start figuring our life out again. Not to mention dropping off the thing, the Estus fragment. Is with a third Estus charge that will make our life much, much easier. So I don't need to scrape and scrounge for my healing as badly.
Is that a shard you found?
It is.
Here, to see light, however faint.
Wanted to make sure that I didn't have another one that I didn't notice. Just in case. Okay, mention. That way. Knock knock. So they call this a mansion. This place ain't that big. Like, it's bigger than everything else around here, but it's not, like, super huge. Look at this fucking book, though. Imagine reading a book that big. Oh yeah, we also get a Pharos Lockstone in here, which is nice. Without being the explorer, I believe that's the first Pharos Lockstone you can find. But I'm not certain about that. Now, mind you, this guy's been living in here with that noise happening. There's the pigs. There's another box for us. Gimme, gimme, gimme goodies. 3 torches and 3 Titanite shards. Ledge outside. Which I've always wondered if there's a way to, like, jump up here somehow. Oh, through shenanigans and get into the mansion without using the door. But I never succeeded. Don't you dare. Bloody expensive. What do you think of that, huh? Or this. Or that. I dare. I dare all day, every day. It was all that was up here, right? Looks like it. Like, I guess it's just unique enough that this place even has more than one floor to it at all. As you can see, there's a bunch of bloodstains here. I'm actually gonna equip the Homunculus Mace for no particular reason. I don't actually know why all the bloodstains are here in particular. This isn't where the problem is. Hurrah for skeleton. Yes, yes. Hurrah for skeleton. Wow, that hit hard. You see why this is something you do later, not necessarily something you would want to do right off the bat. And why I wanted the mace is it kills the skeleton a lot faster. That, I believe, was the only skeleton down here, though. And there's another Estus shard, which is vitally important to us, and a fancy chest that has a soul vessel in it. Sadness required ahead, then try dash. Quagmire ahead, short nimble one? I don't know what the hell they're on about. But it might just be people fucking with you. Hard to say. There is a sconce to light in here, though. And we do have a lot of torch time now. We have 25 minutes of torch. So, that's a thing. I don't know. Oh, right. This is the map. This thing right here, this is what's supposedly the map. Because you'll notice there's a light lit on it. I believe different things you do in the world light this map up over time is the whole thing, which is really neat. Like, we'll come back here periodically so y'all get to see the lights lighting up. No, not a chest, sadly. Yeah, now this guy's mansion doesn't have creepy noises happening in it constantly anymore. Well, aside from the pigs, but the pigs are a different problem. And we are up another Estus Flask shard. And if I decide I don't like the path I'm taking, we now have a soul vessel to respec with. Which will be very convenient. Hey, you know I was joking about having another shard? Hey, I have another shard now.
Seek, lest this...
So now we have twice as many charges of our Estus Flask as we did before. As you might imagine, that's going to make a massive difference for us. Is being able to heal twice as many times, turns out, is kind of useful. Brain. There was something else I was going to do before turning around and going back, and my brain is not giving me what it was. Yeah, because I don't think the 3 nameless soldier souls I have would be enough to do anything with. Yeah, because we need 2,784. If I hadn't lost those souls, we would have had enough. I also should drop some damn weight at some point. Or get some more carrying capacity, one of the two. I mean, I guess I could check to see if it's enough. Because there's a chance that 3 of those would be 1,200, which is what I need. But it's not worth it. We'll naturally get the amount we're gonna need very quickly. Like, I could quite literally just go kill a couple things and go back if I was that hard up about it. Let's see about getting that boss fight done now. Booga booga booga. Good job, dum-dum. You're so lucky you're invincible while you're down. Your buddy's dead. Now you join him. There we go. Let's see, we already have the amount I need, for example, if I wanted to gain another level right this moment. Which, if it didn't involve going all the way back to Majula every time, I probably would just go ahead and spend it. And it's not even that long a trip to go back since you can warp back and forth. Which I assume is why they give you the ability to warp so freely, is because of the fact that they wanted you to have to use the Emerald Herald for your level up mechanics. So to do that and have it be viable, they had to give you a way to get back to her consistently. Or they would have had to have had her traveling with you to every bonfire, which would have its own complications. I can reclaim some souls right here. How many did I have on that death? I mean, we're now back to what I lost, so there's that. Because that's now, what, 2 levels? Almost 2 levels. No. Let's just do this and suck less. I don't know why he was standing there so conveniently, but you know. Obviously I had to do that. God, you reach. One down, and another one down, another one bites the dust. Okay. Hey, life gem refund. Yay! Because I'm about to use one to top off my health so I don't fucking die. Of course, another issue with the sheer volume of guys I'm chewing through here is the damage I'm taking to my broadsword as I'm dinging it on their fucking armor constantly. Having only 2 Estus for this fight is fine. I was just primarily worried about being down to only 1. Could you fucking not? You really now? Cleaned out all your friends and yet you thought you could roll up and take me? Okay. We may as well summon that help. Oh, wait, I forgot to... All the deaths made me forget to use an effigy. Do I risk 7,000 souls? Fuck it. Let's at least see what we're getting into. Right, it's this fight! Yeah, I desperately need help for this. This is a rough one. Especially considering the lack of space for fighting up here. Oh, you fell down. That's a blessing and a curse. Oh, you can jump back up. How nice for you that you can just hop back up like that. Like, that's a blessing and a curse for me as well, that you can just do that. Because that means I don't have to rush down there and fight you down there instead or anything. Ah, you caught me on the backswing, you son of a bitch. I had to take that hit on the shield or I was gonna lose that fight. Okay, we killed one of them. I'm out of Estus now, but we've killed one of them. I could have used a life gem there, and I probably should have. Catch me! Thanks for helping out by catching me. Oh, they're both on me now, though. Does the other one jump down? That's a problem. What the fuck is this? Speed. Was not ready for fucking Beyblades. Fucking pillar. I misread the distance and thought I could squeeze around the pillar because I thought I was a step back from it, and I just slammed my head right into it. So I definitely am gonna need to bring a summon for that, because that's too much to deal with in our current strength. Like, it's doable, but it's rough. Evening out the numbers would make that infinitely more reasonable to deal with. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm actually gonna use an ooze now. So we hopefully chew through these enemies around here faster. So I'm less at risk of losing my humanity again. I'm stuck. Can't move. You son of a bitch. Oh, he died stuck in the wall. I know I'm being wasteful with these life gems. I'm trying to be very cautious, which is leading to me burning life gems like they're going out of style at this point. I don't think I'm gonna have enough time on this ooze to get to the part that I'm... Right, it's Tuesday. You son of a bitch! That interruption because of that menu popping up was all they needed to fuck me over there. Ah, that's so annoying. Yeah, it's Tuesday at 6 o'clock. For those that don't know what that means, Steam always has maintenance around this time. It didn't matter much for Dark Souls 1 because we weren't connected to the internet for that particularly anyway. His services for that were no longer functional. But for 2, since the online actually works for this, plus or minus anybody actually using it, interruptions like that are actually going to matter. So we're going to have one of those literally every session, because it's always going to be on a Tuesday. And it makes me very glad that I didn't actually choose to try to grab a collab partner for this or anything. Because I did debate seeing if there was a seamless co-op setup for this, because that would have made this a lot of fun, to just run through the whole game with somebody. So having to constantly do summon juggling would have not been fun, which is why I would have needed like a seamless co-op setup for it. Because I did my time with that idea once back in the day, and I'm not really inclined to do that again. Because that really is like the weakest part about the multiplayer for these games, is just the fact that they segmented it out so hard, so you have to waste a lot of time in resummoning people. And again, it's in keeping with the way they wanted the game to be, so, you know, sure. But it's greatly inconvenient to those who want to just use the thing that's there. Oh, they're figuring it out. Well, that's a problem. Have a cunning scheme. Because if they're not gonna fight fair, why should I fight fair, right? It's certainly not a fair fight, me against fucking 7 of them. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna use the effigy when we get there. So I keep forgetting you don't have to turn human at a bonfire, you can just do it wherever. Which is a massive improvement over the humanity eating system from the first game in some ways. We never did go through that window, which I think we can go through. One problem at a time. And out of fucking stamina at a bad time. Are you kidding me? You're somehow telling me that I did not make contact with any of the guys that were almost dead with any of those swings? Fucking hell. Groundhog Day. Groundhog Day. Can't believe getting back through a place I've already cleared through once is where this is going to grind to a halt right now. Of all the fucking things. Fuck you. Ironically enough, that might be one very big benefit of the Reaper. Is having less problems with situations like that. Because it'll have a larger clearance. But also higher risk of just hitting a wall. Or hitting a barrel or something when I don't mean to. This would be a very profitable place, though, to use a bonfire aesthetic once I'm strong enough to comfortably do that. In part because there's just so many enemies here. And because I do believe there are some items here that getting extra copies of them would be lovely. Okay, you know what? We take those. Under the circumstances, we take those. Lingering Flame. What is that? Oh, it's a spell. It's a pyromancy. Shame we don't have a pyromancy flame to use that with. But hey, we got our first pyromancy, so that's exciting. And of course the ads are about to kick in, but I'll probably just work my way back to the door during the ads. Because I don't have a reason to get up at the moment. So just open this message quickly. Oh. So do I have any clever ideas for dealing with this problem? Answer is no, otherwise I'd be using them already. Here we go again, on my own. Running these stupid nights all over. Nope, I separated one of them off, apparently. Which that also works. Luring them apart from each other will also work for this situation, so I don't have to fight 6 of them at once. Like, being able to separate them at all makes a very big difference. Wanted the item, but instead I'm playing around with the fucking door. Give. Helmet. Okay. Come on, boys. We got a merry chase to go on. Come on, boys. You can figure it out. I believe in you. Oh no, they're gonna get me. Oh no. You fucking missed the barrel, you asshole. I can't believe he missed the fucking barrel. And then got me blown up because he was an idiot. Maybe I was the idiot all along. Oh well. We're almost to our souls. Gib. Worth it. Didn't get all of you, huh? That's fine. Goodbye. Common fruit. What does that do? Temporarily boost poison resist. Huh. That's a little bit of a random thing for them to have, huh? Let's go ahead and life gem up. On the bright side, at least we got back to the door during the ad break without much of a skip in time there. Go ahead and restore our humanity. Part of me is very tempted to go back and spend these souls, but we'll just be in an infinite loop here for all eternity if I do that. And I'm just not interested in staying in that loop right now. I'll risk the loss of these souls at this point. I really did think that there was a different summon sign around here somewhere. What do I know, right? Welcome back from the ads, everybody. As you can see, we made it back and we did go human again. Lunar, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Hopefully you were having a grand time. You're just in time for me to be doing another boss fight in Dark Souls 2 here. One against many enemies, so it's gonna be a little rough. But hopefully you were having a grand time today. And of course, if you need to raid and run, please make sure to do so. Taking care of yourself is always the first priority. Now back to the nightmare, as I go summon an ally and hope for the best. Hopefully Belclair here is going to be a helpful distraction, if nothing else, for our fight against the Ruin Sentinels. I can imagine, considering the situation you get thrust into here, with the choice of either fighting this one on this tiny ledge or fighting all three of them together. Ow, you... Why do walls have no meaning to you guys, huh? Why do walls have no meaning to you? Why do you cheat, huh? Oh, piss. Hey, how about you stay up there and fight Belclair, and I'm just gonna vibe down here, huh? Oh, well, hi Belclair. I see that you're down here now. You know who else is down here now? Problems. Makes sense, they're all covered in armor and really thin. Take care, Lunar. Thank you again. It's just a shame that I don't have any strike weapons that I really care for. Like, obviously I have the homunculus mace, but it's not really anything to write home about. Now, of course you started spinning the second I started sneaking up on you. Oh, and you were spinning too, you son of a bitch. That's what I was trying to avoid. I was pretty sure this was the one I hadn't heard at all yet. I need to help Belclair, or they're just gonna get bullied in this corner. Oh, you bastards! Stop just spinning in constantly! You fucking sons of bitches. Nope, there goes Belclair. No, Belclair's not dead. Belclair got one last blast in, so that's helpful. Shame that I'm stuck in this corner a bit. Okay, it's still 2-on-1, which is not good. I wish there was anything indicating which one was which at all, because they've definitely shell-gamed hard enough. Yep. Had a feeling I had the wrong one. This is the problem. They're gonna be covering each other constantly now. I needed to be able to keep them split up, and there just was no practical way to do that because they're constantly on top of each other. The best you could hope for is one starts spinning and you lure them away from the other one and they'll just keep spinning away. I might have to just use the homunculus mace anyway, just have some prayer of doing any real damage to these fucking guys. Why'd the dogs not come back? Also, I shouldn't switch weapons right now. I should stick to this for the moment. Yeah, but that's not any better. That's the problem. The homunculus mace is stronger, but still neither of them are remarkable, is the problem. Like, they're unupgraded, they're not really impressive weapons in terms of anything. That I don't know. You're asking the wrong guy for weapon speeds. Considering I haven't used both, I haven't the slightest clue there. Though, thinking about it, the mace might be better against the swordsman, too. On the same logic of armored enemies are weaker to strike. Might be worth trying. These guys, obviously, I don't think will be weak to strike, though. They're more fleshy. The problem with this idea is going to be I'm fighting a lot of them. Oh, no, this does swing side to side, unlike the... Because I believe... Doesn't the regular mace swing vertically, primarily? Or am I thinking the club? That's the vertical swinger. Huh? What are you doing? There he goes. That's about the same for these guys. So I think sticking to the broadsword for these is gonna be fine. This is the weapon I'm more comfortable using. Besides, if I do this right, I'm not gonna have to fight them that much anyway. Come along, gentlemen. We've got a date with a bomb over here. Come along. Figure it out. If any of you fall off, that's fine. I mean, if you all get stuck and I have to fight you one at a time, this also works. Doesn't lead to an earth-shattering kaboom, but, you know, sometimes you gotta make do without your earth-shattering kaboom. That's why some of them are gone. Okay. I couldn't remember if it was all of them that do that, or if it was only certain ones, because it was only noted about a couple things that I had ended up looking at. So I wasn't sure about that. That's a very weirdly specific number, too, 12. I'm sure there's a reason. I haven't the foggiest what the reason is, but I'm sure there is one. That's what I was baiting for. Okay. Use my last life gem. Oh, you woke up from that explosion, huh? You know what? That's fair. That was very loud. Anyway, join your friends in the dead pile. Thank you. Okay, let's try this again. I only have so many effigies, though, so running out of dogs is a problem. Yeah, it only helps so much, but yeah, I do have 4 now. Because we got 1 out of the mansion, and then the 1 we had gotten before. Come along, Belclair, we got work to do. Let's just hope that the strike weakness is significant enough that this does real damage to them. If it doesn't still, we have a problem. Though, based on how much the sorceries were doing, I'm gonna throw the Aromatic Ooze on as well. And that should speed things up delightfully. Is the longer I have to fight these, as usual, the more likely I am to make a mistake. Oh yeah, that's much better. I swung one too many times, but at least their health bar moves at an appreciable pace. It's just really hard to get a word in edgewise when they're backed into a corner like this. But if I just keep it baited over here, Belclair can kill it, so this is fine. Because I don't think NPCs have spell limits, do they? Like we do. Okay, one down. One down, and Belclair and I are both in decent shape. I'm just gonna let him shoot at Alyssa and hope it baits them into jumping up here. Okay, that worked but didn't work. This was not exactly how I had planned them jumping up here to go, but I forgot that they do the instant swing when they jump up. Oh, your attack delay is such a bitch at times. I want you to know that, just like you are. Oh, goodbye. Not gonna lie, I think I'm gonna stay up here. Or at least for a second. Okay, no, they're not retargeting to me. I have to come down. My magic has worn off my mace, which is a problem. Grab my souls so I don't permanently lose them. Oh, poor Belclair with the double spin. Thankfully, he was downed for most of that, so it wasn't the worst thing. Jesus. They're just gonna keep spinning like Beyblades now, aren't they? Yeah, they're just walloping his ass because I can't get a word in with any consistency. Because the problem is, every time I tried to approach, they'd fucking spin. And now we're gonna be in this fucking shit show again. And I'm out of healing. So we're gonna have to slow mode this real hard because I don't have enough room to get more than one hit. Wait, this is my opening. Okay, now it's one-on-one. And at least their health is damaged down too. The fucking swing delay is... You see them wind up a swing like that. You expect it to come out quickly. And sometimes they just sit there and wait for a fucking engraved invitation before the fucking swing comes out. And it is just the worst. Yeah, but getting close doesn't fucking matter. All the close in the world doesn't matter when I run out of effigies. That's the problem. I can't keep bringing Belclair into that fight if I run out of effigies. And that fight's gonna turn into an absolute travesty if I'm doing that by myself. So I'm getting real twitchy because of the fact that my odds of success are getting worse by the minute here. I don't know what to do. I don't have any other tricks left up my sleeve at this point. So I'm like out of life gems, so I can't really utilize that in a meaningful way. I don't want to burn a divine blessing since I've only got the one of them. I know there's other places to go, but we're in that awkward spot where it's like we're right there, but the odds of success are scuffed. So just, it's a very awkward position to be in. Because I feel like I should be able to win this, but I'm making stupid mistakes. Because I absolutely should have been able to capitalize on them attacking Belclair, but I just fucking couldn't. Oh yeah, this guy's perma-dead now too, so that helps. And all things considered, we've not actually tried that fight that many times, and that's the extra fucked up part, is we've died as many times trying to get back to that fight as we have to the fight itself. And I think that might actually be what's frustrating me more than the fight, is just the fucking clown car I have to get through to get back to it. Because you can't run past that. They're they're packed in there too tight. And then there's times like that where he just happens to clip the bomb and kill us both. Oh no, he didn't even die. Great. Great. 11,000 souls thrown to the fucking ether because this bastard decided to hit a bomb. I'll pretend I know where the back door is. Like, I know I've been there, but that doesn't mean I remember where that ladder was. Oh, that's a whole other fucking problem. But yeah, no, based on that phrasing, I haven't the slightest clue where this back door you're talking about is. And I have no idea if this is going to be an improvement in the fucking slightest based on that description. Okay, this dog is perma-dead. You're saying go through that window? That's not that much better. Oh, through that window, the funny door. Oh, ew. That's less trusting my jumps and more trusting the game not to fuck me here. Because I could land that jump and I'll still, like, warp down. I know this is very well, but you know what? Fuck it. Why not? I have nothing to lose right now. Yeah, it actually worked. I'm kind of surprised they didn't all come trucking down those stairs, though, because they're right up there. They were right above where I just landed. You would think that... Then again, this game is a lie half the time anyway, so what do I know? Like, look at this. They're right there. How do they not know I'm here? This doesn't make sense. They'll aggro on you from a mile away sometimes, and then you're, like, 2 feet behind them, and they're like, burr? Ooh. What do you mean there's someone here? Exactly. Like, If I had more arrows, I would say I'll just shoot them in the back while they're fighting Belclair, but there's just not enough arrows for that to be a good idea. Put on the Radiant healing gems. Literally only have one fucking firebomb. If I wasn't hemorrhaging souls left and right, I'd be able to just go buy some bombs and make this easier, but oh wait, no, I've thrown all my fucking souls in a hole. That firebomb might make the difference, though, so it's important to have that along. It sucks that I'm gonna burn a Radiant Gem here, so I'm at full health, but it's a better idea than going in there missing health and potentially getting one shot. Ugh. Yep, let's do this, Belclair. And the magic damage was not doing enough. God damn you. Now you're gonna jump back up here and fuck my shit up. Half of my problem is trouble with stamina management because our stamina is just so fucking bad. Getting crunched. I need to stop letting that happen. I should have went past them before trying to heal, but stupid me thinking they were gonna have more delay when they make such wide swings or pokes with that hammer. Okay, I need to go somewhere else. There's... The only thing that's gonna happen here is I just make worse decisions. So I'm starting to get annoyed now. Put those away, they're worthless for travel. The problem is, I now have to climb out of this segment in order to go anywhere else. And one of the main other places I can think of to go isn't going to be any better. But I think there's somewhere else here I can go? Which might be okay. Is like going to the only other place that I can think of zone-wise I could go would be likely to be a travesty too. Especially with the way I'm playing at this point. That would just be I go to another boss fight and start getting my shit pushed in a different place. But this is proving once again why I said that getting this done below 50 deaths was my I'm doing well goal. Because I knew I was gonna die innumerable stupid deaths. Not even, like, death due to, oh, this is difficult. More death due to me being stupid. Oh, you gotta get on the wall for that, right? If I go like this, I can get up there. I just gotta be real careful. But I believe this is helpful up here. This is what I think it is, so I don't know if I can do this. Oh no, this is the wrong place. This is just a Titanite shard. Wasn't Lucatiel in here? This Lucatiel's moved on. Well, let me ask you this question, Zero, since you brought it up. When you say there's other paths to explore, are you saying another path here or another path in a different zone? Because that will aid my decision making. I'm not asking for where. I'm just asking which one you're thinking of. Yeah, that's what I thought. 'Cause I'm pretty sure I know the zone in question, and I don't know if I want to deal with that either. But, you know, at least for a change of scenery, I guess we can go hate myself somewhere else. So I've chosen poorly for getting back. Let me just go back to the bonfire we were already at. I believe. I'm so not looking forward to what we're going to be dealing with at the other end. At least it'll be fighting one thing, but that arena is not good. So I wonder if I can recreate a funny thing that happened before with that arena. Maybe. My memory tells me otherwise with that fight. But my memory also was telling me the Pursuer was way worse than it ended up being. So, we'll see. I gotta remember how to get there. Because that's gonna be the other problem, is remembering how to fucking get around it all to another place. Pretty sure it's off of the Forest of the Giants somewhere. Or is it off of... Do I need the mechanism to get there? No, there's two places you can get to off of this place, isn't there? God, my brain is not cooperating with connections. Of the areas I have access to right now, Zero, which place is the area you're thinking of connected to? Because that'll also answer for me which one we're both thinking of. Yeah, then we are thinking of the same place, and I'm remembering wrong how to get there. Oh, I thought I couldn't actually go there right now. But I will check. So if I'm thinking of the same place you're thinking of, that involves going through here. Which I know it's not the one that needs this rotated. needing this rotated is the other place, which I'd rather go, honestly. But when I tried to go down here before, I was stymied. I think I might have just forgotten a button or something down here. Unless I can just open this. No, I cannot open this. Am I even going to the right place for what you're thinking of? This is what I was thinking of. Oh, right, it's this thing. Yeah, the lever that you totally see very easily because you're expecting something at body level and it's something above your head. That's why I missed it when I looked over here before. Not that I wanted to go here, but I was checking my options earlier and I missed that at pull tab. That's why that didn't make sense. Well, I hope y'all are ready to watch me get my ass beat in a whole different place, because, boy, this is gonna be a thing. Could've had the Broken Thief sword earlier, which, not exactly great, but, you know, it's a thing. This will also be good for our faith anyway. Welcome to Hyde's Tower of Flame. Population, a lot of big bastards that are going to really make me sad. Like, these guys on their own were part of why I didn't want to go here. Thankfully, I can at least hurt them. Like, I would not have wanted to go here with the dagger, like, at all. Going here with the dagger would have been just, ew. That's actually not as bad as I thought they were gonna be. Like, I was fully expecting to be doing, like, half of that to them. I wish I had stamina to do any fucking thing ever. Why are you so fast with a base that big? Just fucking die. Tell me there's a bonfire, like, right in the door here? I didn't expect there to be a bonfire, so why would I have looked for one? Like, we're literally like a foot into the area. I didn't expect there to be one. Of course, I forget that they go back and forth wildly with whether they're nice about those or bad about those. Hailstone. Those, I believe, are actually kind of useful, aren't they? Or are they not the thing I'm thinking of? Yeah, these things. They're good for making something raw, I believe. Or at the very least, undoing infusion. Yeah, I'm just still in the mindset from 1 where there was half the bonfires you would ever feel like you need. Oh, right! Sublime Bone Dust is how you upgrade your Estus in terms of how much it heals, isn't it? So that's useful when you really need it, but I don't think I'm going to use that anytime quick. We've also been at 50% equip load for a little longer than I would like to be, so I should probably downgrade my shield. So we stop being at 50%. That will help my cause a bit. I noticed I was getting slow, and I was like, sitting there trying to figure out why. I didn't account for the fact that the shield change added that much extra weight. Considering, you know, it's a wooden shield. Right, these raise up when you deal with those guys. Chunk. This place is very neat, though, with the way it works. Like how a bunch of stuff moves around when you pull levers and things like that. Which I believe that was a very important thing I just did there. I'll explain why later. Yeah. But there's, like, minute differences in move speed and things like that, and I was noticing that there was a difference. So I was trying to figure out why. And my roll type, I believe, was different too, wasn't it? I was at slightly slower rolling. Just kill him before he swings again. Just chew through. Okay. 1 down, 2 to go. Oh, you both activated at the same time, huh? That's great for you. I love that for you. That's wonderful. I'm so missing having a consistent ranged option. But no, I wanted to be different and not just go magic again. Yep, I knew it was gonna fall off at some point. I fucking knew it, but I didn't have room to maneuver. It's pretty too late at this point unless I burn my respec, which I have no interest in doing right now. And now I gotta deal with all of you big metal clowns again. Worst part is, I'm pretty confident even if they drop their weapons, doesn't help. Yeah, I wouldn't bank on that. Also, fighting in that arena is asking for trouble in its own way. I would not be at all surprised if the rule of one-on-one suddenly goes out the window if I get within reach of one of them. Or, let me rephrase that. Even if they do abide by that, I don't trust creatures in a video game to be honorable in that manner, so I would be constantly thinking about that anyway, which would affect my dodging horrendously. What I think I might actually do is just take the other strategy of get me the fuck out of here. Because they are not fast. Some green blossoms. Aren't bad to have, but not really a big deal. Oh, they're working their way here. What's up? What's the trouble, Zero? Ow. Fuck it. I'm better off just going in. Yeah, this is the fight I didn't want to do. Yep, and that's why. Is he has so much fucking pushback if he manages to hit you that you're just gonna spend half your time skidding off the map. Yeah, no. Again, they moved things around a lot. I'm pretty sure the ring you're thinking about, if it even exists in this version, is on the other side of the Dragon Rider, or it's over there. Nope, I only pulled down one because... Zero, you've seen everywhere I've went. Where do you think I'm going to have pulled a lever out of thin air? But yeah, for those wondering, that lever I pulled is what made that arena even the size that it is. I don't actually remember any other lever. I thought there was only one. Which is why I hate that boss fight, because of the garbage arena where you get knocked off constantly. Yeah, but I'm probably gonna have to kill them to get it to come up, which is a whole other issue. I do see the proof of what you're talking about, though, where they are doing one-on-one. Well, I don't see it in here. I don't see a lever anywhere in this room. It's probably behind that guy. If I were to hazard a guess, it probably would be on the path behind him. That would make sense for its placement. Which I could try to squeeze past him, but it'd be a rather tight fit. Thanks, game, for having me do that random fucking swing the wrong way. And see, that guy wasn't even dead before this guy jumped in, by the way. And no, they're both coming after me. I'm so glad that your character takes 7 business days to put an item away, by the way. I just wanted to pick the thing up, and he's like, ooh, what's this? I'm gonna stare at it until I'm dead. You dumb motherfucker. Don't worry about what the thing you picked up is. Just pick it up, put it in your pocket, we'll figure it out later. But no, you gotta sit there and go, ooh, shiny. He's an idiot is what he is. Which is why he's perfect for me, because I'm a fucking idiot too. Yeah, no, there's a whole area behind that guy that's on this side, who moves over to block the door. Ooh, coming through. I'm betting the lever's over here somewhere, if it's anywhere. Divine Blessing. I don't feel very blessed right about now, game. Woo. Coming through. Got places to be, people to see. Dealing with y'all is not worth my time. No, I don't see a lever embedded in the floor anywhere around here either. Yeah, I don't think you get any dragons until a later area entirely in this version. I'm so fucked. Because the whole oh, there's where the lever is. Right there. The whole fucking band came along, so hang on. This is a problem. This right here is what's commonly referred to as a really big fucking problem. Well, it's the only lever I've seen, I can tell you that one. Unless the other lever is down with the guy right next to the fog door, because I didn't really have time to look there. That's possible. I can't see. I'm 90% sure there wasn't anything there, unless one of the guys was standing on it. Not really gonna be able to go back easily to check right now. Kinda have a whole thing happening. I'm pretty sure I do also want to pull this lever anyway. What was that warping he just did? His body, like, snapped back around. What is this shit? Okay. I'm trying to take advantage of the stairs, because they'll swing above me a lot. One down. No stamina, because our stamina sucks ass. Don't fall off the edge, please. Okay, you know what? While they're all out of their arena, let's go look. No, they're not out of their arena. They're all still... Well, one of them's right fucking here still. Oh, there it is. It blended into the fucking floor. Just to have the outer ring of that at Switch be the same color as the floor is kind of a dick move. I want to get rid of Big Sword Guy first, if at all possible. Oh, no, they're backing off. So actually, we'll deal with this guy first, then. My main thing with this is just way more work than necessary, just killing the same guys. Just to activate a fucking lever to make the arena not ass. Yeah, I genuinely never knew this lever existed. Because again, it's right on the edge of this arena, and it blends in with the floor. It's like, okay, how are you meant to know that that exists unless you actually go out of your way to kill all of them, you know? Well, we may as well finish the job since we've killed most of them, and this one's also hurt. So we can do the lever pull that I wanted to do up there, since that one should be up now too. That's what I was pondering doing, but it was a 90% chance of me being the one who gets knocked off the edge. That's why I said there's a funny thing I could do. I could also just leave. Like, I don't even have to fight him. I can just fucking leave. Though... brain. There's a chest here, too. Trying to think of something. Ring of Binding. Yeah, there's your Ring of Binding that you were talking about. Yeah. It's just up here past the drawbridge instead. But the NPC that I want in this area, they're behind the Dragon Rider, aren't they? I thought they were earlier in the area, but I didn't see anybody other than giant bastards made out of metal, so... I have to then assume that I have to do the Dragon Rider to get the NPC that would be the main reason I would have any use for this area. So I can start buying miracles. So, have I been over there? No, over there's where I came from, isn't it? Yeah, that's where I came from. So I'm like 90% sure the cathedral doesn't have what I'm looking for. If I'm going to use faith at all, there's a particular NPC I should go get. And I thought they were in this area, which was counterintuitive to the fact that I was avoiding this area. But because I didn't want to deal with this fucking place. Well, if I'm gonna fight the Dragon Rider, I really should go touch the bonfire again, because fighting the Dragon Rider with one Estus is just asking to lose. But with the levers pulled, I can just zip through and avoid everything on the way back. Nyum. So it's also very hard to look around for NPCs when I'm running for my life. So I would figure they would be in a safe space of sorts, at the very least. And then being in the cathedral would make a degree of sense, but I seem to recall it saying that they were in this zone. So that lends some value to fighting this fucking Dragon Rider, potentially. There's nothing over here, right? Yeah, no. I'm through. I could bother to go human for this, but let's feel it out before I go spending any of my remaining effigies. And I could still bait him, like, go out the window. It would be harder. But it'd be doable. Yeah, without getting thrown off the cliff, the Dragon Rider's not going to be anywhere near as bad. My memory of this fight was purely predicated on not having the full arena. Just for those that are like, wow, he was saying this fight was so awful and now he's just doing all this damage for basically free. It's like, it's one of those things where your memory lies to you about things sometimes, based on what your actual experience with something was. Come on, lower your guard. Yeah, I knew I was getting hit there, but it doesn't matter. He's dead. I'm mildly annoyed by how easily that went, but again, it's because of the fact you don't just get knocked into the fucking hole over here constantly. So now we have access to the rest of this section. Oh, sure, why not? That hit. Yeah, I know. But you have to remember, I literally spent like half a day getting destroyed by that fight back in the day. So there's a memory locked in my brain of that fight is a fucking nightmare for a reason. Exactly. And of course I just got fucked over right after the fight, so you know, that's lovely. Forgetting once again that I have a shield without 100% physical protection, so I just got chip damage to death there. Why are my souls there? Why did you put my souls there, game? Why would you do this to me? If I had gotten knocked off that cliff by this guy, I might have just stopped for the day at that point. I just want to be clear on that one. Why must you keep insisting on doing the rolling attack that I do not want you to do? I swear to God. The amount of enemies in this game that have me constantly on the back foot are really getting tiresome as well. Is the higher aggro that we were talking about really is a whole fucking thing. I also... guess who went out the wrong end of the fucking boss room? That's why I ended up fighting that guy. Not because that was a... I am too fucking tired for my own good, I swear. I hate it here. Anyway, this is the one I was looking for.
My name is Lycia. I have come to spread the art of miracles, a practice of which I am a disciple. I can see that you are well suited to comprehend their wondrous power. But the cost of it, that's for your heart to decide.
So we need this chime, because I can't do miracles without a chime. There's a faith-increasing ring, which wouldn't be too bad to have, but we don't have the juice for it. I'm gonna preemptively buy Lightning Spear, because I'm going to want it when I have enough faith, and I'm not always gonna have 6,000 souls just kicking around. We can use heal, so I'm gonna grab that. What does replenishment do? Okay, it's just heal over time. Just poison. Homeward, so I don't need to use Homeward Bones wouldn't be that bad, but that's not a priority. And for the amount of faith that it needs, probably not going to be worrying about that anytime soon. Honestly, we'll go ahead and just spend the rest of the money buying the rest of the heals. That's fine.
I'd heard awful rumors about this place, and I'm afraid they were all true. The king, gone. The earth, ravaged. The burden on the people weighs heavy. I fear that, by now, they may have scarce room in their hearts for miracles. Why did I come here? Well... do I need any other reason than to spread the gospel of miracles?
Totally trustworthy, by the way.
My preceptor always said this art should be shared with the world. And such is my only wish. Sometimes I fight the urge to pack up and go back home. It is... well, I must do this. And being out here all alone only makes this a more fitting test of my fortitude.
Uh-huh.
I expected this cathedral to be bustling, but there's hardly a soul to be found here. Without any goings-on, I'll have to move soon. To a place I could gull the...
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Help the gullible by teaching the good word.
So very, very trustworthy. Also, it would probably help if you were actually in a cathedral, instead of in a random fuckery zone full of giant and murder golems.
I expected this without to a place. Sorry. May the power of miracles be with you. Offer your souls to the gods.
You know, maybe, just maybe, you know, being over in the actual cathedral over there might have helped you actually see any goings-on. Just a thought. Just a thought there. And yeah, you know, she's just a sweetheart all around, isn't she? Nothing to be suspicious of with her at all. Of course, that right there is the flaw with me having these miracles and everything, is I forgot 7 is not enough to have a single attunement slot. So that's a flaw in my plan overall too, but we'll worry about that when I have souls again. Let's head on down here. Which this, I think... no, this isn't where I thought about. Monastery Charm. Am I about to be upset? No. I really thought for a second there that that was going to be another chime. Oh, cures poison, restores health. Nifty. I think I'm heading to somewhere I want to be. Except the fact that these guys are still here. Not really a fan of that as a concept. Another one. You know, I'll question it. I don't know how that didn't hit me. since I had a convenient door to get them stuck on, I ran away from the other ones, obviously. But that one was in a worse spot because of the fact that I couldn't be sure I was going to be able to find anywhere to go down here. I don't know if this is actually leading where I'm thinking of going or not. Oh, hi. Coming through. This is a distinct maybe, but you know what? Elevator away. So I forget if this is the place or not. I'm kind of surprised I haven't ended up looking at the map I have at all today. No, this is looking right for where I'm trying to go. Because we can pick up a few things in this area that'll be good for me. Though the ads are about to start, so I probably shouldn't be too greedy with my movements anymore. Just so y'all don't miss too much. Oh, I think I'm on the right track. Oh, Lucatiel's here as well.
I thought that might be you. You haven't changed a bit, have you? The longer I am here, the more madness I discover.
Yeah, that's the way this place works.
A wretched place, indeed, but not without traces of its former glory. What could have caused such degradation? Ah, yes. I have not thanked you for humoring me the other day. This is for you.
Yeah, another effigy.
Of course, I have no idea what it is. Our land of Mirror is surrounded by enemies and constantly at war. There is only one way up in Mirror. Join the Order and prove yourself in battle. My family had little fortune and no name. I had to carve out a piece of the world for myself. With two things, my sword and my loyalty to my lord. I was raised to wield a sword from birth. Life was hard, but I never gave it a second thought. I had swift success on the battlefield and quickly attained respectable stature. And then I came here to... Have you heard of the undead? These poor souls affected by the curse.
You're looking at one, lady.
The undead gradually loses his humanity until his wits degrade completely. Finally, he turns hollow and preys upon others. And a hollow can never be human again. One can skirt this wicked fate only with the help of the souls found here. Assuming, of course, that the legends are true. I can only hope that they are.
Oh, hey, you've got the same problem I do, eh? So it's interesting. We die, and we immediately go full jerky mode. Lucatiel here is only partially transformed. It's always weird to me because it almost feels like the rules apply differently between what happens to the player and what happens to the characters in the narrative.
I'm sorry to burden you with talk of my fate. I suppose I've grown weary these days. I'm sorry. I suppose
We all need to talk about what's going on with us now and then. But this is the area I was thinking about. No Man's Wharf. Not exactly a great place to be, but there's a few things here that might be very handy for us, just to have. But I really didn't want to go through Hyde's Tower of Flame, so I was avoiding going here. I got real screwed there. I thought I could get away with killing the other one and then get my shield up in time, but he hit me with a double. Now, did I? Okay, I did properly rest here. Okay. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. All you missed was me talking to Lucatiel, who is now teleported away because we've redone the area, and I walked into No Man's Wharf and died immediately. As you can see by the soul pile sitting over there. So yeah, you're caught up on what little happened during the ads. Now this is an area that like I was saying before I got brutally murdered, is probably going to be useful to us. And it's kind of a half and half area of being easier and harder. Like those fancy guys, like the one that double tapped me, for example, they're dangerous. But a lot of the enemies in here are just the regular hollow infantry, which aren't too bad. Night Shard. Now the big problem is going to be, I don't remember where the thing I'm looking for is. Well, any of the things I'm looking for are, really. So I wouldn't mind the weapons that these guys have, too. Their sword is pretty nifty. And as you can see, they're not ridiculously strong. They just hit really hard and hit fast. And, of course, have the added benefit, as always, of having a shield. They also try to drink Estus of their own. There we go. Go through here a little smarter and things suddenly go much better. Forget if this water's deep enough to kill me. Now, deep enough to slow me, but not deep enough to kill me. I remember spending a very long time here. Not because I was having trouble, but because I just actually kind of like this area. Despite the fact that it's a dingy, nasty, wet nightmare. Just like... I don't know if they're meant to be, like, Vikings or pirates or what. I would assume more Viking a little bit. I'm not sure. I think part of it, though, is that it's just such a change of pace from the big, stompy, nasty golems in the Hyde Tower of Flame. You suddenly just get a breath of fresh air down here in this pirate cove fighting just hollow infantry again. Though there's also this thing that's here for some reason. Just like this horrible abomination exists. That almost went really badly. Iron arrows. I'm tempted to use a coin around here to get some of their weapons. Why are you stuck to... Oh, I see. That's the one I killed already. He just somehow got himself wedged in that coil of rope, so it looked like somebody had attached him to the post there. The hell of a thing. checking my corners. Yeah, thankfully the two-sword guys are actually really fragile. Don't let them get an attack off, though, at least not that hits you, or they will just shred you. They will eviscerate your life and make you very sad. Like that, yeah. That's not even a two-sword guy, but just imagine that with two swords instead of one, and, well, you'd have what that situation would be. His brain broke for a second there when I hit him. He's like, "Arr? Nobody's ever hit me before. What do?" Uh-oh. Hi. How you doing? You come here often? Varangian shield, which is not what I was looking for, but I'll take it. Dogs, which might get me some human effigies. So, Varangian shield, are you any good? Not particularly. Considering my goal is to have the highest physical protection I can get, that's not helpful. So you can upgrade shields in this and have their protection actually go up very minutely, but it goes up. Still have the menu up. That was almost a disaster. Could you imagine if I accidentally quit out of the game, flailing to try to fight this guy off or something? That would have been very funny, but also very sad. Dude up there, and then all the way around. And then there's another one of these horrifying abominations just kind of hanging around. They're reminiscent in some ways of those creatures from Blighttown, the big bug guys. But I think it's mostly just because of how stretched they are. There's also a bunch of them, which I kind of forgot there was this many. Don't make me bleed my own blood. I don't wanna. Okay. Nope, not gonna say what I'm thinking. Saying what I'm thinking right now is gonna get me in trouble. Mostly dead kind of trouble. Oh, tattered cloth hood. Okay. Mit force and a large soul of lost undead. And that guy's just drinking his day away up there. Having a great time. Hi! Things you do not want to see on the other side of a door. One of these, let alone two of these. No wonder the guy upstairs is fucking drinking himself to death. I would too if these were my neighbors. Okay, one of them's backing off, which is great. Ooh, that was risky. If he had swung even like a frame faster, I would have eaten shit on that move. Okay. Another one down. Oh, there's more of you squelchy freaks here. Oh, there's two of you. Thankfully, they don't stairs so good, just like the big golems kind of struggle with stairs a bit. Oh, boy. Really wish I could use my miracles right about now. But a life gem will do. We do have 9 effigies again. Like, we suddenly gained a big pile of effigies. In part because we found one, and I think, even though it showed only giving 1, I think Lucatiel might have given us more than 1. Yeah, there's the boy.
Who are you? I, Gavlan. Gavlan will, Gavlan deal. Gavlan wants soul. Many, many soul. What you want. With Gavlan, you will, you deal.
Gavlan's just a real happy guy. And voice lines that have stuck in my head for some reason for all eternity: Gavlan wheel, Gavlan deal. Don't know why. It's just forever in my brain. Got a Ring of Giants, some poison arrows, and a bunch of other things that either reduce or apply poison, basically. Don't really think I need the Ring of Giants that badly. More poise would be nice, but I don't need it, if that makes sense. And the Rotten Pine Resin's a little too pricey for my taste. I will take his poison arrows, though. I think I will make use of those. We're just gonna talk to Gavlan a bit. He also buys things from you, which is your other thing that you're gonna love Gavlan for. You can make lots of souls by getting rid of things you're not gonna use, because he actually buys them at decent rates. Like a bunch of this Royal Swordsman armor that I probably won't ever use. Could sell it all off and get a ton of souls very easily. And we can also leverage that lovely, lovely item discovery we have to pawn off a bunch of things that way as well. Like, I don't need this many Pale Stones. I can go ahead and sell one of those. Titanite I'm not going to sell, for obvious reasons. But, like, anything dropped from an enemy, you may as well start selling it unless you're planning to use it immediately, because you can just go get another one. Like this Royal Greatsword, go ahead and sell that. Boom, gone. Another 500 souls. Like, Gavlan is a great way to make lots of money.
Gavlan will, Gavlan deal. Gavlan wants soul. Many, many soul. What you want.
Same thing you do, Gavlan.
With
I want
Gavlan,
many soul.
You will, you deal.
And if you're confused, by the way, his face is completely covered. The only thing coming out of his helmet is beard.
Gavlan will, Gavlan.
Okay. He's just repeating himself
with
now.
Gavlan.
Maybe that's why the phrase was stuck in my head.
Many thanks.
Because you try to get him to talk at all, and he just says Gavlan wheel, Gavlan deal over and over again. I'm glad that was the crossbow trap and like the poison trap or something. Thankfully, you get plenty of warning when a trap's springing, too. Oh, hey, a regular greatsword. Guess what else I'm probably not going to use? What does that require, stat-wise? I'm curious. Yeah, 28 strength. Good joke. So yeah, that's Gavlan, everybody. One of the happiest guys you'll meet in this damn game. He's just having a great time drinking and selling stuff. I do believe we will meet him again, too. I believe he appears in a couple places. The Varangian bites the dust. Selling things to Gavlan, though, I think was part of why I spent so much time here. Because I want to say I was just using item discovery to get a bunch of swords and things from them, and then just selling them to Gavlan over and over again. Nope, that's not what I'm here for either. I am here for something very specific, and I'm not managing to find it. Oh, that's good. That's less good. The fact that we just got fire arrows right next to these things does have me wondering, are they weak to fire? Helps even the score a bit here anyway. If I had just a lot more arrows just on hand at all times, I would absolutely be just shooting my problems, just in case anybody's wondering. I 100% would be doing exactly that. This appears to have been a dead end. Brought to you by fucking cliffsides. Gotta be careful swinging my broadsword around at walls to check for things right now, because my sword is almost broken. Ah, this leads down. Okay, that's why. So it's a one-way trip. And I think it's leading me back to somewhere I've been already. To be on the safe side, let's put the broadsword away for a moment. So that we don't break it. Play around with the quartz longsword for a little bit. So I think I've circled all the way around now, haven't I? No, this is a door I haven't opened. Oh, anybody home? Gotcha. Door. Ledge. Ledge to nowhere. Okay. I open door. Oh yeah, there's a pull thingy. Hi. Oh, these are the archers that were being a problem, or at least some of them. Ow. That sure is a fire arrow in my face. I don't actually want him to fall off, if I can help it. Okay, maybe I do, considering he's beating my ass in. Guess who forgot he was out of Estus at the worst possible time? As I went to hit the button, then he went to pull out the empty bottle and go, oh, sad. And then I died. Fuck me. Because this is also the point where we start ending up having to go further and further without as much coverage. Because, you know, we're getting further into the game, so. All things considered, we've made good headway for one day, though. I gotta say that. Despite my frustrations at times, we have actually been doing really well today. Considering we have beaten 3 bosses today? I think it was 3. Giant, Pursuer, and the Dragon Rider. We would have had the Ruin Sentinels if I wasn't being a jackass. But, you know. For the most part, I'm also not really feeling like I need to grind compared to Dark Souls 1, where at the end of Session 1, I was already starting to feel worried about that. Like, we were kind of getting carried a little bit by, like, the Drake Sword and our magic, so it wasn't an immediate urgency, but it was starting to creep in there a bit at the edges. Oh, there's one of those freaks in there, too. Not sure where I died. Like, I know... Well, never mind, I don't need to worry about where I died. Because, for those wondering, that's not water they're throwing. Those are jugs of oil. And then the fire arrows everywhere make you explode. Yeah. Yeah, it's a problem. You'll notice both of these are marked in orange. I believe there is significance to that. I just don't remember what the significance of the borders is. Like, it's like tiers or something, potentially. So, like, those are more or less like tier 2 areas, whereas we just did all of the tier 1 areas. Now, you'll notice the light's on over here now. Now, there's something specific we can do with that idea. So I'm not gonna have the money for it. But the lady priest has moved here.
Oh, hello there. An honor to see you again. This room is not as it seems. There are two, not one pathways leading out. And only this lovely thing reveals the other path. And this, you lovely thing, only runs on miracles. Shall I provide you with one?
It totally only runs on miracles, which should totally mean I'd be able to move it myself, but no. No, she's full of shit. But...
no need for miracles.
No money for miracles, more accurately.
The gods frown upon such soul scrimpers.
Quiet, yo. Give me a moment to have money, and then we will make this deal.
Just speak up, that's what...
It's exactly 2,000 souls for her to move this thing along. Now, you'll notice, literally, she just hits the button when you're not looking. We could have just bumped our head into that thing at any point.
Go ahead.
Even, and then we would have been able to leave here to go the other way.
Offer your soul.
Quiet, yo. But now we can quickly not only snag this rogue water here, but we can also go to another new area. Which is where things start opening up a fair bit, is we can actually, like, go to multiple places more readily. I'm mostly going here to mark the bonfire for now, because I don't know if I want to deal with this area next right now, or if I want to go back to the Bastille, or what I want to do. But I want to have this opened up so that I have the option to go here without having to run all the way back. We can also meet some new people, like this one here who's just sitting in a chair staring at a wall.
I don't know who you are, but leave me be. The frailty of the weak disrupts the dark. Leave me alone. I'm interested in one thing, dog, and you haven't the gift. Leave me, I'm interested.
I believe they specifically have a stat requirement to talk to them? I believe there's a couple people that have a stat requirement for them to give a shit about talking to you at all. But now we're at the Undead Refuge in Huntsman's Copse. Which there are a few things here I would also very dearly like to have. But getting them I think might be a bit too much of an issue for us at the minute. He's alive. Okay, now that... I had just like a flash in my brain of that guy exploding. So I backed off immediately. So yeah. In case anybody was like, oh, there's not like a Blighttown equivalent or a poison area, good news. This isn't quite the worst offender in terms of poison area around here, but this definitely has poison. Well, there goes its drop, but you know what? It means less poison just getting scattered upon me at all times, so I'm kind of okay with that. Another one down there, too. I'm gonna waste all my damn fire arrows trying to hit it. There we go. That'll make my life easier in the future. I don't recall if those respawn. Notice there's more of these guys just kind of chilling on the sidelines. He made a noise, so I made sure he wasn't just gonna come running up on me. Ow, I rotated wrong. Come out here and fight me. So that I may just destroy you before you have a chance of doing anything. Because why should I fight you where your archer friends could pepper me with arrows? Ow. Why do you have to be a good shot, huh? Why you gotta be competent? It's a great inconvenience to me that you are actually capable. Surprise! Now, fun fact, I've not actually been here, I don't think. I think I looked at this place once, saw the butterflies and the poison and everything, and I was like, you know, I'm not interested in being here. I don't need to be here. And then I just never came back. Flame butterflies light your torches without you having to use a bonfire to light them, which is nifty. Really want to be using all my arrows up, but... Ow. I got him good, but he got me too. I was hoping the wall would get in the way of his shot, not mine. Other way around that time, huh? There we go, one archer down. Oh, you're not an archer. Well, fuck you anyway. I had the arrow pulled back, so I may as well, you know? There's more of the plague zombies. And of course, this guy's been dealt with already. The broadsword might not be the one for this area because of all these tight corridors. Out here trying to fucking bonk me. I didn't do anything to get bonked for. Yeah, on that logic, I think I am going to make a weapon change here. What? Mailbreaker? Mailbreaker might not fit here particularly well. Flamestone Dagger, though, attacks vertically from down to up, so maybe that'll work. Still a chance that it'll get caught up on things, but it might not be caught up the worst. Of course, as soon as I swap off the broadsword, we end up with a nice big open area. But hey, there's a bonfire here, so that's nice. Surprising that there's another bonfire so quick, actually. Somebody landed real hard. Not the first time we've heard a loud thud like that. I think part of that's the physics being weird. Oh yeah, you didn't see this in Things Betwixt at all, but you can just kick some trees down, get around. Because we didn't actually do all of the tutorial area in the Things Betwixt. But that is a shortcut back to the beginning of the area, in case you didn't recognize this building. Which makes it, again, kind of weird that there's a bonfire here. I don't mind, but it feels slightly redundant. Now, figuring out where I'm going... That's a whole other thing. 'Cause that's how I got into the building. Begin with down there, and this is how I got out of the building. Everybody's still dead, which is good. Like, I could pop down there, and I guess that's my move, actually. Just gotta watch out for the plaguey boys. It's a good thing you're so slow. Smaller yellow burr. And another life gem. Also more torches to light so that we could actually see around here if I wanted to worry about that. But we can see fine. We see what we need to see. Ah, ladder. I was like, there's gotta be like a hidden door or something there, considering it's a stairway that leads to nowhere. Speaking of suspicious walls. Telling me that this isn't a illusory wall? Really? Maybe there's like a switch or something that'll move that at some point. Because that seems incredibly fake, right? Crazy? Maybe I'm crazy. Oh, I know I'm crazy. I'm playing this game. That's neither here nor there. I'm about to get punished for my actions. Yeah, you know, despite the potential hitting walls issues, we need my broadsword. Ninjas. I shouldn't have went for the slow attack. That's on me. I'm healing at the wrong time again. Should have just killed him in the first place. But, you know, sometimes you just have the reflex. Hate him. Whoa. Poison moss and a life gem. Still not what I'm looking for. Bandit knife was closer to what I'm looking for than anything else we've picked up so far. Also, unless I can go up this, we are gonna have to homeward bone from here, because there's a long way down there, and I ain't really into the idea of cliff diving at the minute. Oof. Yeah, I would have wanted to get here much sooner if I was gonna do much with the bandit knife, though. Because the scaling's not good. It doesn't even scale with dexterity. Its whole thing is that it makes things bleed. As far as I'm aware. It's also a slight yeah, see, it has 67 bleed down there. It's also a slight upgrade from the dagger. Except if you have stats. If you have stats that go along with the dagger is better for raw damage. But if you want to make things bleed, the bandit's knife is your friend. So the bound hand axe, ironically enough, also makes things bleed. Yeah, the transgressor's staff is just for sorceries and hexes. Because there are some staves and such that let you do both sorcery and miracle, as far as I'm aware. It's either that or it's some chimes let you do both. I forget which one is the actual thing, but one of them lets you do both. Also move where my Estus is because it's bothering me. Because the Estus should always be first. Since I've recently teleported back, I do not like this idea. No, I do not. But I'm gonna do it anyway. Pretty confident this is getting in tears, but you know what? Nothing ventured, nothing gained! Let's go! Now, how do I get up to where I'm trying to get to? That's a better question. Oh, but there's a cave down there. Way overjumped. Way overjumped. Here soon, I should probably burn an effigy so that I'm not at, you know, negative hit points. Some of my gear back on. Not gonna worry about putting everything on quite yet. Oh, I think we're in the lower part of where the butterflies were. Moths, butterflies, whichever one you want to view those as. I suppose they're probably more moths. Because of the dust. Thankfully, they have, like, no hit points. So any arrow that hits them is a death for them. There's one over there that I didn't see, but that makes sense considering the positioning. I have no idea how I'm meant to hit that. It's like this. Yep, like that. Oh, there's also enemies running around down there, so there's ground down there at least. I'd love to get that item that's on that mushroom. Getting that's gonna be a whole ordeal. Just moisturize myself a bit. There we go. Radiant gem back the rest of the missing health. Because if we're gonna take a fall, I kind of need to be in decent shape to take a fall. But we can also shoot this guy a bit before we go down there and deal with him. This fucking mushroom would stop blocking my arrows. It's fucking mushrooms, man. Yeah, he's got a solid amount of hit points. 151 to the back, and he's just like, yep, I'm fine. Can I stand on these? I can. Joke's on you. Oh, except you're smart enough to do that, huh? There we go. Much fairer fight. They got these, like, big man-catcher things that they try to fucking slap you with. Poison moss. I think that's all the butterflies drop, so I'm not too concerned about it. Ricard's rapier. Not what I came out here for particularly, but it's a nice thing to have. This one opens. Maybe that other one just opens from the other side or something. Ricard's, much like before, I don't think it's going to be something I'm going to use too much. Yeah, it needs 25 dexterity. It went decently. I did die a bit, which is why I wandered off to go here. We got a solid amount done. We met Gavlan. We had a good time. And then I lost a solid chunk of souls, so I'm like, I'm done here for the time being. Away! Exactly. See, you know. You understand. These cage rides are always very nerve-wracking. I keep expecting to fall through the gap before you get to them. Oh yeah, this is the door that I was just talking about. So it is just a one-sided door then. Oh, goodbye. He's gonna come back in a second though. He's gonna running right back up for round 2. And then he dies. Flame butterfly. Let's actually put a shield back on now. Yeah, Huntsman's Copse. Where all the poison and sadness is. Other than the other place full of poison and sadness. Yeah, I'd ended up going back to Majula, so I figured I'd show off the fact you pay to go here. Not that I can recall. Actually, wait, if you mean the guy in the chair who was useless to me, yeah, I talked to him. But I think I'm missing the requirements to actually do anything with that, so... He just told me the dark does not care about you, and then he just told me to piss off. Yeah, I'm thinking so. That's what I had said when I was talking to him. Probably higher intelligence if I were to hazard a guess, since my faith is at least he's 12. I mean, while my intelligence is basically non-existent. I wouldn't be surprised if he used like a 10-10 minimum or something like that. I know he's the guy who teaches you some of the hexes, which is why you were interested. But unfortunately, he will not do anything with me, so does not help. Okay, I guess the guy who fell down either fell down the hole further or wandered off. This place is a little more convoluted than some of the other places we've been recently, I will say that. A lot of looping in on itself and a lot of places that go fucking nowhere. So perhaps it just feels more convoluted because it's a place I've actually never really did anything with. Which is weird, because I feel like I have a memory of the place after this, rather than this place. But it may also be that I'm just remembering what I saw people do more than what I did as far as that place goes. I also feel like I remember the enemies in that area and having trouble with them, so I don't know. Okay, yeah, there is no recovering in this room. That's what I thought. I have to use the hidden door there and then loop back around. Annoying. Pretty sure dropping down in here, yeah, that's death. That's definitely the fog of you are not surviving this fall. Yeah, right now we've started a bunch of areas and just have a bunch of unfinished zones now. Because we started the wharf, we started here, we started the Bastille. So arguably did a lot more with the Bastille than any of those other places, but you get the point. I don't think I'm gonna go for hexes. At least not heavily. I keep coming back up here because it bugs me. I feel like there's something else I could do up here, but there's clearly nothing I can do here. All I do is drop down, get that item, and then look at the abyss of death all around me. Yeah, the likely candidate right now for me is getting Pyromancy going and using Faith in general. It's probably going to be the two things I'll do this time around. Oh, I can't actually get back up over here either. Duh. God damn it. This place is getting rather tiresome with all these dead ends. There's probably like a very specific way around it wants you to go for you not to just get stuck. And you know what? I don't care for it. We can always come back here at any time now, because I've activated 2 of the bonfires. That was the main point for me going there to begin with, was so I could activate a bonfire there so we don't need to think about the whole rotate the room thing anymore. Because I've now accessed both places that goes to. So I don't need to pay that at Lyre or anything anymore.
I knew you'd be...
What I want to do is actually pick up a bunch of arrows. Since I've actually started burning through my arrows. Oh, I had it backwards. I thought he had 30 and was charging 50 for them. Give me the rest of those. He has infinite wood arrows, but I'd rather use the iron ones because they're better. Speaking of, it could be worth my while to make the bow better. It does make the scaling go up 1 step immediately. So sure. We'll put 1 point into it at the very least. Or at least I think it went up from B to A, but I'm not sure about that. Yeah, there's a couple guys in chairs.
If you make it back.
Though I think the other one has wheels, doesn't it? Or I might now be thinking of a different chairman as well. I don't think I have any reason to talk to you, but you know what? I'm here.
Oh.
Yeah, you're saying the same thing
You do have
again.
a type.
Yeah, your inventory hasn't really changed in a meaningful way. I don't really need most of these things. I wouldn't mind the cat ring, but, you know. I will grab another homeward bone because I'm getting low on
Satisfied?
those.
I'll be around if you ever come.
However, we are 6 hours in. I think this is a good wrapping up point. We will come back with a fresh mind and a fresh everything to go crush the sentinels and everything else that's in the way. It might still be the same guy, and he might just be in different spots depending on the version then, because bear in mind, I have 5 intelligence. So, him needing 8 intelligence would explain why he doesn't want to deal with me. Either way. Neither of them are going to want anything to do with me because of my 5 intelligence anyway. And I'm certainly not going to go traipsing all around Huntsman's Copse looking for an NPC right now that I'm not going to have a use for. So let me go have a look around at my list. At least the music stays when I click out this time, but obviously... Oh, well, never mind. One of my options is literally ending right now, so that one's not happening. Good thing I check ahead of time. Gonna have to sit here and unroll the whole list. Hang on, list's still unrolling. Still unrolling. Did I mention it's still unrolling? Because it's a long fucking list. Okay. Did something new happen with Elden Ring, or just a bunch of people conveniently playing it today? There's like a couple people I know were doing playthroughs of Elden Ring, but I see like 3 times the people I expected to playing it, so I'm like, what? Why are you all playing it today in particular? It's just one of those weird timing things, I suppose. Could go there. Nah. People would have to pay a lot of money for that to happen. Which I would be willing to make a sub-goal for that if people really want it. But it'll be set pretty damn high, considering a 100% playthrough of Elden Ring is gonna take months. Because that game is big. And I sure as hell don't know everything to do with that either, so that would be a lot of figuring it out on the fly and potentially having problems as well. Yeah, that's... You know, that sounds about right for Elden Ring, yeah. It's almost like this is why that would be very expensive. Because I own the game, and I've played a solid amount of Elden Ring. I do not mind it. Like, out of the Souls games I had played first time at their times, I enjoyed that more than most. Though there were some fights in that that I really questioned their logic with, but that's a whole other discussion. Oh, I didn't even get to that. I had aggravations even before that. But again, this is neither the time nor the place. I can't help but notice that the list is getting longer. So the gargoyles are definitely one of them. The gargoyles were just an asinine decision that they made, in my opinion. That fight's just blah. And I'm saying that just having witnessed it. I have no serious opinion there. I see what they were trying to do, at least with the early dragon fight you do in Elden Ring. I can't say that it lands, necessarily, but I see what they were trying to do, potentially. Considering, you know, you actually get to include the horse in the fight a bit, and things like that, depending on how you go about doing it. But also, this is why I say I don't know if it landed. Yeah, they got a whole shared chat and everything going, so I'm not gonna go over there. Go with the first one I saw that I was thinking about. Okay, now they're going away, so that's not really an option. I had no problems with Torrent. A horse that can double jump is certainly a hell of a thing. Now, if they could double jump and drift, that would be something. That would definitely be something. I hate having choice paralysis because of having too many fucking options. Well, yeah, it was definitely more of a traversal and travel tool than a combat horse. So I can't really say that the Palamutes were great for fighting on either. So, I don't know about that one. I have much similar question mark feelings about the mounts and wilds as well. It's like, okay, yeah, these are great for getting A to B. I don't know if I'd ever fight on this thing. Even though they give you attacks on it, I'm just like, meh. Put me on the ground, I'll fight better there. I'm gonna go ahead and snooze the ad because we're not gonna be here for much longer. I suppose. So I would say that's primarily after you get used to the way they control, because they feel weird at first. They definitely feel janky when you first are dealing with the Palamute. Once you understand it, it's not too bad, but it is a bad start, I would say. Like, the learning curve on them is not great. And for me personally, I still never really used them that heavily even when I was still playing Rise. I'm not in that much of a hurry to chase after the monster. They'll still be there when I get there. I usually was either fucking around when I'm using my Palamute, or I would bring my cat instead. Yeah, exactly. The Palamutes are fun, but I much rather have the cats along. Both because of what you're mentioning there with getting more materials, and the simple fact that they were generally more combat effective. The Palamutes had a couple good party tricks, but generally it was more the cats doing any kind of real work. I am having such a fucking struggle picking anything, considering the main choices I had in front of me both fucking left right when I looked. And a lot of the rest of these have so many people in right now, and I'm like, I'm not dealing with a 20+ audience right now, no. My brain will not stand for that at this point. Could go there, but the shared chat also makes raids get a little funky at times too. Bold of you to assume I know what the fourth one is anymore. I have looked at so many people. Doesn't help that there's a large chunk of this list that I've not vetted sufficiently to want to raid them. So it's like, okay, look at this one. Is this one I want to go to? I really need to clean this list up again, because it is so needlessly complicated right now because of the sheer volume of people on this list. But while I'm trying to figure this out, let me remind you all of what the upcoming schedule is. Today's Tuesday, so obviously there's no stream tomorrow. Thursday is the second round of Super Battle Golf, since there's the update coming out for it. Provided that doesn't just break everything, which it shouldn't since we have no mods or anything for that, but you know, there's always the risk. And then Friday, we may or may not end up finishing Terraria with that group. And then Saturday's currently a question mark. I do have something I am thinking about doing, but I need to decide if I actually want to do that this week or wait another week or what I want to do. There's a lot of possibilities spinning around in my brain, as always. give this a refresh check and see if anybody new has popped up. For me to swap my ideas around. Thought I saw a bunch of people going live. Not that that's really reflected in my list, because Twitch is terrible. Also, if I just went with, like, just the 4th person on the list, just as a context statement, that would be somebody with 100 viewers in right now, and it's like, no. No. That will be an anxiety nightmare for me, even though the attention wouldn't even be on me. My brain would fucking overheat and explode. Are you actively playing right now? Are you actively there? You are. Maybe. Maybe. So, actually, I have been talking to you a bunch. Yeah, sure, you know what? Let's actually support somebody who I've been talking to a bunch lately. It's the day before their big debut, but you know, we'll send some support their way now while I can, because I will not be streaming on their debut day. So we'll help out now, and you can either follow or not as you see fit to be there for that debut. So we'll go see Rashira, who is currently just chatting, so that's a thing. Of course, and thank you for hanging out. Specifically, thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. I know today was Dark Souls again, so it ends up being a swing back and forth of, oh, we're having a great time. Oh, he's pissed and wants to eat everything and destroy the universe. Just because of the choices that have been made. So, you know, I get that it can be rough at times to get through these, so I appreciate y'all sticking with it. Yeah, we already talked schedule, so that's all there is to that. Be good to Rashira, she's good people as far as I've seen thus far, and I will see you all on Thursday evening. Good night.